And this interior, don't feel like you are making a mistake. And I've actually had this is exhausting. Our people, my God, this is exhausting.
Don't.
I think I'm going to leave this place because people are exhausting. And I've had this conversation with CM. And he pretended as if he doesn't know the context you are talking from. This is scary. This is just scary. Our people,
because
people are so dishonest.
You see videos,
you know what?
Sorry, forefather.
You should come and take over. You are too dishonest.
No, let me see.
I'm tired of you people. It's unbelievable. Show can come and take over. Show you can come and take over, please.
Forefather.
People are just full of dishonesty.
Please.
They will never tell you the truth. I don't know whether is it.
What are you accusing me? You've seen
whether it's deliberate or not.
Calm down, please.
Something is wrong. Something is broken in our people.
Father.
Something is broken.
Calm down.
We've had long conversations. That's made this.
They asked a question. I gave you instances.
Don't forget that state is now an oil producing state, so they now have derivation. If you are not aware, so if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. 1 second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. My God.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
I have nothing new to say.
People are hungry.
Let them die. It's their fault. Yeah, I'm supporting Tinubu 100%.
You're supporting Tinubu?
100% to deal with Nigerians.
Jeez.
People like you. So that when next election comes, I will now see whether when people bring money, you will vote for them or you will do your conscience.
1,911,844,833 naira and 46. I'll take that again. 1,911,844,833 1 trillion. This money is too much for me. 1 trillion. I hope that is not of the record. 1 trillion 911 billion 840.
Chukuna malugo yo biadi ocha Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Owe chuku bezie chuku Nuche chukwa busigi fege meo Nuche chukwa busia ifege meo Ni fosolo ne ase alibazie Obwe bebe agaranya muliba Obwe wuru agaranya bibe solia Mano garanya wa Obwe afyozi enipa kwa Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienyo Obwe chikubezio lisa Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili wakema kodili wanima Naino kwane we beluge beluo Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili kemo kodili heyo Ibedwe me wanem Nikadie zibo hewo
Hello and good afternoon. It's good to see every one of you on today's special broadcast. I don't know what's wrong with my set. It seems to be hanging. Okay. Yes, maybe why I'm trying to adjust whatever is wrong with my set, I will go ahead and introduce our topic for today. You are all welcome. It's going to be a bumpy ride today, and I come, with my hands clean, and I come also with a white flag for everybody who wants to come make your comment. Come in peace, no insult, nothing. We are trying to find a way forward in the situation we find ourselves and our country. So you're welcome. My name is KJ, and I'm here on behalf of Dr. Rudolph, who is the master himself. Now, yes, today we're going to be talking about we're going to be unpacking just like the topic said, unpacking all that have been going on with our brother and leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And what are we going to be unpacking? We're going to be taking you down the memory lane from where all this started. Because of our time space, we may not go all the way to 2015, but we go some way to when the water started entering the horn. As the Igbo say, there's an Igbo adage I like so much. He say, why when the kite picks the chick and the chick is shouting chinchi chinchi, it's not shouting chinchi because it's hoping that the world is going to save her, but he's shouting so that the world can see how he is leaving the earth. So some of what we're going to be doing today is trying to cry out so that people can see where injustice is being done, if you think it's injustice being done, or where we are not following the laws that we've set down in our constitution. But let me not go ahead of myself. Let us look at some of our outlines for today and be able to make out something tangible from some of the things that people are going to say. And here is one of the renowned lawyers in Nigeria who have been on this case for a while. This is his passionate appeal before things started going, towards south.
All over the world, boundaries are breaking down. Let us bear in mind that all over the world, boundaries are breaking down. We now humbly appeal to the government of the day to immediately, without any further delay, with the urgency of yesterday, release Nnamdi Kanu that he may come out of his illegal and unconstitutional detention, which the courts, up to the Court of Appeal, have since pronounced upon, but is still illegally being held there today, so that he will come out and join hands with the rest of us in rebuilding this nation that is frantically yearning for nationhood.
Listen to what the government wants before they can release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. When Nnamdi Kanu renounces his agitation and apologizes to the nation, then a process of de-radicalization can begin. The government may now decide if it intends for an alternative dispute resolution to be employed in his situation. It's not about his uncles, sisters, friends apologizing on his behalf and pleading for his freedom. He must first be born again before any other thing can follow. Presidential spokesperson Dr. Daniel Bwala reacts to calls for Nnamdi Kanu's release during his interview on News Central. They want Nnamdi Kanu to renounce Biafra before he can be released, and to me this is a pure impossibility. They are purely mad and wasting their time. By the time they and their families begin to die one after the other, they will be forced to set Mazi Nnamdi Kanu free and let Biafra go. Pharaoh of Egypt tried it, and you know how it ended. Stay tuned.
That if they convict me, this is what happens. You can see. This is what happens. You can see. They don't want the truth to come out. Nobody wants the truth to come out.
It should be a source of shame for every Nigerian lawyer who wears a wig and gown and enters a courtroom. We all know that justice delayed is justice denied. What we may not understand is that silence in the face of blatant injustice is like a ticking time bomb with an invisible countdown. Tinubu is merely continuing from where Buhari left off, valuing Nigeria's fragile ego over the lives of the people of the Southeast. If that weren't the case, this matter would have been handled and resolved long ago.
It is a breach of judicial oath. They have violated the judicial oath. They have shown bias according to Supreme Court. They are biased against me.
But I'm not surprised. Nigeria has never cared about the lives of people in the Northeast, Northwest, or North Central. It doesn't care about its citizens. At some point, the recipients of injustice will rise to confront it. People who seem to accept injustice are like those who have swallowed a bomb. Just because it is not visible doesn't mean it is not dangerous. And those in danger aren't just the ones with bombs in their stomachs. There are also the ones watching them suffer. Say what you will about Nnamdi Kanu and his outbursts in court. No one can say he has become an empty shell or a shadow of his former self. That would have been pathetic. This isn't an appeal to Nigeria's conscience. I've never seen that in my lifetime. This is a reminder that moral judgment of the guilty is not the solution to the age-old question: how do we bring about change in Nigeria? If you're comfortable with the status quo, if you enjoy the image Nigeria projects to the world and the headlines that Nigerian newspapers flood the internet with, you are as irredeemable as the country itself. If you don't feel a sense of urgency in a city overrun by rabid dogs, or in a mattress infested with bedbugs, or in a church vestry choked with Satan and his disciples, then you are as irredeemable as your country. Do you ask, what can I do? This is what you can do. Denounce all injustice, no matter who the victim is. Tear up whatever passport grants you privilege in the face of injustice. If you too are a victim but lack the courage to stand and fight, don't mock those who are fighting because you cannot. That we are all victims is not an excuse to embrace cowardice. If you have been unaware of the injustices in the air you breathe, the water you drink, the storm brewing in your morning teacup. Now you know. You have no excuse to remain indifferent or refuse solidarity. Indifference to others' suffering is like cancer. It spreads. If you ignore cancer on the skin because you think it doesn't affect you, the lung, by the time it reaches the blood, it will impact you. There is no way to be patient with injustice without giving it power. An emboldened injustice stops being a nuisance and becomes something far worse. It becomes Ebola.
And that is why what is happening in the judgments and rulings concerning me has been happening. Disobedience to superior court orders. Supreme Court said you are biased. You are against this man. You should not have revoked his bail. Nigeria went to Kenya and kidnapped him.
Okay. If you have been following so far, we still have a lot we promise to bring to you. But who is Nnamdi Kanu? Nnamdi Kanu is the one, I want to describe him the way he has not been described before, but let's just, for the purpose of this broadcast, I also want to throw in here, Igbo, so I probably be coming from a biased point, but I will try as much as possible as to separate my views from what is going to go on today. But here is what I will say. Nnamdi Kanu is one of those few, or if not all, almost everybody who from the Southeast has some form of, feels this almost the same way that he feels. We may not all have the same style of going about it, and we may not even agree with his style, but the truth must be told. And Nnamdi Kanu has stood boldly to tell that truth. You may be asking yourself, why is it that, other freedom fighters and agitators have, done theirs and they've been freed by the system, but he has not been freed by the system? As time goes on in this discussion, I'm going to show you why he is, not liked. Or on the broader sense, if you allow me to, use that broad brush to brush all of us over. The reason why certain people, individuals, don't seem to like people from the South is because of their ability to be bold and courageous, even in the face of danger. And so sometimes we come across as not people who are brash, who are a bit, uncultured, but that's not the truth. The truth is that, you don't show weakness in front of your enemy. And so constantly in the way you see Nnamdi Kanu, because many people have come up after the court case, which we are going to preview today, to say all kinds of things. Why should he speak to a judge that way? Why should he speak to the lawyer that way? Why was he an outburst? Well, you give us your opinion. We're not going to form your opinion for you, but we're simply saying, just like Dr. Damages concluded, if you keep quiet in the face of injustice, the next time it may be you. There's a famous saying that when they came for, the 4 sets of people, I can't put them together all now. I didn't do anything when they came for this. I didn't want, eventually when they came for me, there was nobody to speak for me. There's always going to be a time when what goes around comes around. And sometimes it may come at a time, and because you have been complacent all the while, we're not able to make a difference in that situation. Let's not find our hand to be tied and our mouth shut at this time that we're supposed to speak out in front of, perceived and seen injustice. It is injustice all the way. There's no other way to describe it. The controversy surrounding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the Nigerian criminal justice system is a complex and multifaceted one that we know. You will know that, I know that. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, have been detained since 2021. His first detention was, of course, 2015, when he was arrested and taken in, and then eventually released and granted bail. And he went to his house in Oparoku, in Umuahia, to stay in his father's compound. Now, you may ask, and certain people during the course of this research, I've seen certain writings and some people said he jumped bail. I want to put the record straight, if not for anything, for purpose of record. He didn't jump bail. On that fateful day, the army was doing their python dance. By the way, the python didn't dance last year. We don't know why. But the python was dancing, and the python left the place where it was dancing and started dancing towards their compound. And at the time the python danced and got to the gate of his father's house, the next thing we heard was, the barrels of the guns, And at the end of that dance of the python, 28 young men had gone to be with their Heavenly Father. Not to say the least that even after that dance, his father and his mother, of course, today are no longer with us, because that process eventually led to many things that brought them, that took them out of this world. However, in that incident, Mr. Nnamdi Kanu was lucky to have been able to escape only by the shielding. Other people use themselves to shield, take the bullet on his behalf. And so that's how that escape was made possible. Now, when he left the country, we didn't know where he was until 2 years or thereabouts, when he surfaced in the worship ground in Israel. Many perceive his detention as a form of persecution, as a form of persecution and not prosecution. Why is that so? Because the goalposts keep changing. The midstream, as the match is going on, they keep changing the goalposts. They've amended his charges more than 8 times. And they don't even do that before the court procedure. It is on their way to the court that the lawyers get the new amendment for which they have not prepared for. In other words, they prepare for an old case. They are heading to court now. On the morning before the court case, they are now sent a new amendment to the charges. And so that made the case, prolonged it even much, longer than it should have been, and making the lawyers not be able to prepare adequately. Again, because of where he was detained in the DSS dungeon, they did not have enough access because the rooms were bugged and they didn't have access to be able to speak with him in confidence. This is according to the lawyers, not me. And so the Nigerian government has seemed to be been accused of sponsoring violence in the southeast of Nigeria. This is glaring effect, because I've heard interviews by a certain guy. Of course, we can pull that video if you want it, saying that he has troops fighting in the southeast. We can also speak from the mouth of the former president when he said they are going to organize a group to go and deal with the southeast. These are all records that are available for anyone who is God-fearing and broad-minded and think straight to see and read meanings into if he wants to. The blaming of IPOB in the East as a major culprit for violence is, of course, unfounded, because even Hope Uzodinma, who is the governor of one of the southeastern states, have come out to say it is not IPOB. Also, Mr. Alex Oti have also said it is not IPOB. They know, the politicians know those who are sponsoring violence in the eastern Nigeria. This has led to a concern about the fairness and impropriety of the criminal justice system in Nigeria. Always seem to be carved against a particular religion or people. Okay, the Nnamdi Kanu supporters argue that his detention is a clear example of Nigeria's government's disregard for human rights and the rule of law. This is totally true. The rule of law, we don't know when it starts. It's no longer holds in Nigeria, because you cannot tell an accused who say, I don't want to stay under your judgment. You are not fair to me. And then you say, because the chief judge have said so it should be so. Is the chief judge that's going to go to prison if you are found guilty? Will the chief judge leave his exalted position to go to prison on your behalf? If he's not going to do that, why then does he want you to be the one to accept that the judge must be the one who will handle your case? I think it's a fair thing that all over the world that the accused, can say, I see a level of, biasness, on your side, and I don't want you to represent me. I think that is clear and unambiguous. However, I will keep this discussion so I don't make it a monologue, and open the line also for people who want to be part of this to come in and make their contribution. What's that contribution we're going to be? We're going to be discussing extensively this, court judgment, or rather, the ruling of the court in the last appearance of Nnamdi Kanu. The reason why the goalposts keep shifting all the time. What is the reason when you are on your way to court and then they file a new charge? If even in the last court case, they've now changed it from treason to terrorism. Which one will they? Which way Nigeria? What is the reason for keeping this man where he is? No matter how much of argument you can put forward, you cannot be able to satisfy a right-thinking person the reason for some of these actions, because it does not tell, except for the fact that we have seen certain issues happen. We have seen certain videos that was before now made rounds and made us to understand that certain people didn't like what was going on in the Southeast, or didn't even want the Igbos to ever think of Biafra, and they will not settle the issue of Biafra. So let us hear from this man.
To resolve the crisis in the Southeast?
Well, Southeast, I was encouraged by what I heard. Nobody told me. Two statements from the South. One by elderly people. No, South. Yes, by elderly people. They said this time around there will be no access to sea. I'm sure you will understand what they mean. Again, the youth made the same statement. That encouraged me. So that IPOB is just like a dot in a circle. If they want to exist, they would have no access to anywhere. And the way they are spread all over the country, having businesses, having property, I think IPOB doesn't know what they are talking about. In any case, we said we'll talk to them in the language they understand. We'll organize the police and the military to pursue them. That's what we can do. We said we'll talk to them in the language they understand. We'll organize the police and the military to pursue them. That's what we can do. We said we'll talk to them in the language they understand. We'll organize the police and the military to pursue them. We said we'll talk to them in the language they understand. We'll organize the police and the military to pursue them. That's what we can do. And we will do it.
Okay, while that video was playing, I read some commentaries, and some people are saying, Asari Dakubo doesn't have any action going on in the East. Well, you have heard from the horse's mouth. That is what we do. That's what he said. He promised the Eastern Nigeria that they will organize the police and the military and any other interested party to go into the Southern Nigeria, Southeast, and they are doing that. Of course, we're not here today to talk about that. Another day we'll open up the space for that. Today we're going to narrow down on this Ahomakim, the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's issue, and reduce it to what it is. Yes, some people have said that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not conducting himself in the appropriate way that he should. My question to you today is, if you are in the comment section and that is your view, please come on. Let us discuss that. Tell us how you want Nnamdi Kanu to be conducting himself. If you are somebody, as a journalist, I have colleagues who have entered the dungeon. I myself, okay? Now, if you have entered the dungeon in the DSS and you stay there for 1 week, come and tell me that you'll be very nice when you come out. Come and tell me that you stayed in the dungeon where if you spread your hand across, both your hands will be touching the walls, and then you come out and you want to be a gentleman. So let us not look at it, not to talk of somebody who have done getting to his 5th year under that situation. You cannot say that person is going to be gentle. We can only say that because we are the ones who are outside and enjoying freedom. You say that because you are in the comfort of your home, enjoying, apple and offensala. You can open your mouth and say that. But when you are the one in the midst, I don't think that's a palatable thing to say. And everybody's life is counting. Today, we have today, by the grace of God. Tomorrow, it's only God that knows. And if each day that passes, your life is counting. It's like a meter. It's running. And this man's life so far has run, 4 years in the detention. And you are outside saying that he's not conducting himself correctly. Tell us how he's supposed to conduct himself when we can learn from you. But before you come to tell us that, let us hear from somebody I respect also, who, in spite of the fact that this does not really concern him, he has put himself on the line majority of the time to speak what is truth and what some people will not dare to say. Let us hear from this man.
Wasting Nigeria's resources on a trial that cannot go anywhere. This trial has gone through all the courts of the land, except maybe I think it went to a magistrate court at the point when they first started this charade. Yes. First and foremost, I like to let Nigerians know that even though I came earlier today for even a personal court matter, and I'd hope to attend, the DSS who are taking over these courtrooms did not allow me into the premises. But I've just been briefed by the ebullient lawyers representing Nnamdi Kanu that he totally and thoroughly exposed the Nigerian judiciary today, the underbelly of the judiciary. And we didn't need to get to this point. We had warned from the beginning when this trial started, this farcical trial, that you cannot try a case that is not triable in a court of law. People who are aspiring for freedom, which is recognized worldwide, is recognized by laws and treaties. It's even recognized, I think, by their 1999 constitution that every Nigerian have a right to associate with whomever they want and express themselves freely. And these are cases that has become a bone in the neck of Nigeria because Nigeria refused to purge itself of a war that was needless in 1967 and that ended in which they themselves declared that there were no victors, no vanquished, or no victor, no vanquished. But the victors continue to vanquish their victims. So I'm here to say once again that if there's anybody who has sense in the government, today is the final day to sit down and release Nnamdi Kanu and stop wasting Nigeria's resources on a trial that cannot go anywhere. This trial has gone through all the courts of the land, except maybe I think it went to a magistrate court at the point when they first started this charade.
Yes. So what is the implication of this?
The court cannot adjourn a case in which it has no jurisdiction. The judge has already made an order, a consequential order, that she has recused herself from this trial the last time. So you cannot not assume jurisdiction over a case from which you have disqualified yourself. That is a very simple legal maxim. So, and she also cannot be a judge in her own case or court. She has been indicted by Nnamdi Kanu and the lawyers that she's not fit to be a judge in this case. So, adjourning the case is irrelevant. But I guess maybe she adjourned the case indefinitely to allow reason or oxygen to bring it to the brain of the people who are running Nigeria. Hopefully, they will, within that period of time, resolve this matter. I won't even say in the interest of justice, it's in their own interest. Yes, so because the Supreme Court and other courts have resolved the matter in the interest of what is limited justice in Nigeria. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Imagine if a judge
went to Kenya and kidnapped him. These things are in the public domain. Why, therefore, are they insisting on trying me? a court order was entered. In that very court order, it was said very clearly and succinctly that she is no more going to try me.
Why is there no outrage over the unending detention and trial of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu?
Is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's trial and development so far. Is it that the judiciary does not understand its own language? Where does the NJC stand in this? Why isn't anybody saying anything? If the judge has already recused herself, but then she has been put back on that case, what does this mean? What's your appreciation of the matter?
You know, perception plays a lot of things. You cannot hire a band, cook food, set chairs, set canopy, and deny you're having a party, which is what the judiciary is doing. Nnamdi Kanu, you know, at this point in time, we have to call a spade and admit that there is a lot of possible bias and a lot of infringements on his rights. Let's start with the little things, for instance. We saw Mazi Nnamdi Kanu trying to address the press along with his legal team. And someone in the courthouse decided it was the best time to shut off the lights. I think that tells you the contempt with which Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in this case is being treated. For a long time, I had always said, can we keep this in the court of law? Can we? But we've reached a point where whatever the crime Nnamdi Kanu is being charged for doesn't matter again, because it has been tested before the courts in the land to the highest level. It has been ordered he should be released. In fact, even compensation for him was agreed. But now he's on a case of detention without trial, and he has made a complaint saying Justice Nyako recused herself. They made an oral request the last time that, you know, there was no a vote of no confidence on her. She recused herself, and they said, oh no, the Chief Justice said she should come back. So there is no law that can give a Chief Justice the right to forcefully reinstate a judge who has recused herself, except she wants to come back, and she's claiming she's there on instruction. And the Chief Justice said, oh, they should do it in a formal matter. It doesn't matter how they did it, because I can recuse myself on my own, for my own reasons, for my own choice. I don't even need a prompting from anybody involved in the case. So if Justice Binta Nyako has recused herself, it does not matter under what grounds. It does not matter whether or not it was an oral submission or a written submission. She has recused herself.
But another aspect of it is that she is being told that she has been following this case since 2015. And that is one of the reasons she was put back on the case, because she seems to have a lot of knowledge about it. And now she's asking for Nnamdi Kanu to go ahead and see if
the problem
basically
is this:
redocument things.
if you have recused yourself, right, you can, you know, that's the problem. There is documented. What they are saying, Nnamdi Kanu should present documented requests for her. It doesn't matter, because she herself, it's documented that she has recused herself. Why is she there? It means that she's just there. That's not really a court case. She's just there. And if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not make that challenge, perhaps any judgment given tomorrow, they will use that and say, oh, she recused herself, so we have to start again. You know, so it looks as if the government is now playing games with Nnamdi Kanu. The important thing is not whether or not they even understand their own language. What I'm seeing is a case of executive recklessness and, you know, the executive's refusal to obey the laws in their own land.
That they created.
A court of law has given a decision, and we are still on this matter till now. It's very
I mean,
shameful.
if you look at that video on the screen, you can see the total rage in Nnamdi Kanu's eyes. You can hear it in his voice. You can tell that this man is frustrated. He feels cheated. He is standing his ground, regardless of whether it's being viewed as contempt of court. But it still continues to stifle him, turn off the light when he's speaking.
I mean,
what's in the level of intimidation and brazen behavior is that?
Let us now, you know, for a long time there has been gaslighting that if for any reason you are sympathetic to what's happening to Nnamdi Kanu, you must be IPOB, you must be this. I think it's time for us to disregard and ignore that gaslighting, and whatever should happen. And let us call the facts for what they are. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was illegally abducted. You could even say kidnapped and brought to Nigeria. There was nothing legal about his mode of arrest.
The speed from Kenya.
He was brought to Nigeria. He was put in detention. All the charges have been changed over and over again. He has managed at every point to get the judges to either throw away the cases, find him not guilty, to the highest court in the land. Even has compensation that the court demanded must be paid to him. But what do we have? The president who arrested him has gone. And the president who replaced the president who arrested him will be two in a few months. And here we are still talking about the case. They're having no substance. At this point in time, this is extrajudicial detention. This is denying of fundamental rights of a man and denying him of his freedom. Because now we have passed, but he did this, he did that. Because whatever you're saying he did has been tested in court. Our opinions, all of us, opinions on whatever Mazi Nnamdi Kanu does not matter any longer. The courts have made a case, and now the same government. And what surprises me is that the courts themselves, so they should let him go, are still opening their doors to bring him for hearing every day. When they should lock doors and say, no,
this time
we have released this man.
Yes.
Don't bring him here again.
This time around, I mean, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu made it clear that he only came because of his respect for the court, that he has no, for rule of law, that he had no reason.
But he made a point which nobody is getting, which I'm saying. The fact that they are bringing a recused judge. We saw how Ojus Okalo escaped after being found guilty. They did his sentencing with a judge who had no jurisdiction. So his team could easily overturn that on technicality, which is what I'm seeing again somehow playing out, where in order to waste more time, you bring a judge you know has no jurisdiction over the case because she has recused herself. The judge that told her to go back, there's no, where is the written documentation that the recusal has been reversed? You know? Then when this drags for a while, they now suddenly remember, oh, she recused herself. We need to start the process again with a competent judge. So let us adjourn. So you just have adjournment, and keeping him in
So do you think that now...
Okay, welcome, Mr. Tony, and it's good to have you on. Mr. Chukuma, if you are with us, can you have your camera on so that we can equally enjoy your... All right, thank you. So you are welcome. Now you have heard the foregoing, and I took my time to analyze, or rather play most of the video, so everybody who is on this discussion today will have a full understanding of what we're going to be talking about. There's nothing like hiding anything. What do you say after watching these tons, this number of videos that I've played so far? Because I still have more for those doubting Thomases.
Greetings, my brother and friend KJ. I have listened to your intro and the videos that you have played. To start with, I am not a fan of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but just looking at his travails and the way this case has gone over the years, and also considering what has been done to his family. By the way, let me correct something that you said. I think it comes from Afaruku. Looks like, yes, Afara.
Afaruku is close to Umahia. In fact, it's a walking
Is in
distance.
Umahia. Is in Ibeku. It's in Ibeku. Yes, Umahia South local government.
That's my area, so.
Yeah. So coincidentally, I have some marital connection there. So
Really? I hope you're not
and in
related
fact,
to me because I have relatives around there.
yeah, well, I have relations there by marriage. In fact, I went there. I passed through his father's house in November, December when I went to Nigeria.
Okay.
So I fairly know the area, you know. Anyway, but you know, going by the things that has happened and the way he's been treated, I believe that he has won more sympathy from people like me who at the initial are not his fan. I think that the way this thing has gone, that the federal government, I said it before, you show some magnanimity and just let this guy go. Just ask the Attorney General to issue a non-prosecution and let this man go. The other issues can be discussed because this is not the first time we've had people who did worse things and they've been let go. So heavens won't fall if you let the man go. And what pains me more is that we're just treating him as if he's not a Nigerian. Even if he's a foreigner. I think you don't want to sentence him, jail him, or try him, or grant him bail. And so I'm not surprised at the man's reaction, because anybody in his condition, anybody who has gone through this, what he's gone through and what's going on, injustice, I can say that without any equivocation, will feel and speak the way he's done. So my position will be: listen. I mean, whatever statement the federal government wants to make, or those who are prosecuting wants to make, I think it's time to say, listen, this has gone too far. Sit down and sort this thing out. The political solution, not the court. That's what I think. And then we can move on from there.
So I want to ask you a question. So how do we equate it? Nnamdi Kanu is making a demand. If the demand is making is in accordance with the laws of Nigeria.
If people say they don't want to belong to Nigeria, they're entitled to it. Because there's a reason why somebody would just I mean, Yorubas, there are some Yorubas who say they don't want to belong to Nigeria. So if people, after all, before, when the motion for independence was moved, before we got independence, a section of the country said, if they proceed, they are going to succeed.
Yes,
And
and
we've had
that term was used in the term Araba. It simply meaning
yes,
that let us go away. And
yes,
tomorrow in the north. Why are they
nobody
not
died.
viewed as a secessionist? Even some few days ago, some northern elements said if this is how it's going to continue, they want to go their way. They should divide it. I have video, I can play it. So when I'm talking, I come with my facts. I have the video,
Nobody died.
the Malam
Nobody
saying
was killed.
time for them to go their way. They have
Yes,
not been
nobody was in
arrested.
prison.
Nobody
We
was.
have had Yes, we have had countries, break away. It's not new. People who they can't agree and they say, "Listen, we want to go break to pieces," and they are there. So if I mean, if there is a marriage and one party says, "I'm sorry, I don't want to belong in this marriage," and let's say the man has done everything. Let's say the man has done everything possible to keep the marriage, and the wife says, "I want to go." What do you do? What do you do? So in this case, if you have a certain group of people who are saying, we don't want to belong, we want to go, you don't want to let them go. You don't want to give them the things that they want. You don't want to make them feel a sense of belonging to the country. What else do you want them to do? What do you want them to do?
Yeah, you see, again, there's this, like the young man in the video described a perceived injustice. This perceived injustice, I'm coming to you, the flagship. Is the perceived injustice real or not real? Are we just perceiving it? Okay, let me ask you, Mr. Tony. You have gone into the southern, to eastern Nigeria. What they seem to be projecting, is it real or not? Did you find any federal presence in the time you went to Umaya?
I have said it before on this platform. One injustice that I see straight away is that if you go to the various geographical regions, the Southeast is the only one that has 5 states. I don't know why they are not talking about that. Now, the implication of it is that you are denied not just one state, you are denied representation at the Senate level. You are denied representation for senators that are representing you. You are denied revenue that would have accrued to you as a state, accrued to the various local governments that would have come up from that state. The development, the federal infrastructure that would have come in terms of roads, schools, health, and all that. You are denied all those things. So you are denied revenue, you are denied development. So you can just count them. They are, there's a lot that region is being denied. That is visible. You can't deny that. They can deny any other thing, but you can't deny that. It's obvious. It's visible. So what is holding Nigeria, particularly now that they're talking about creating states? I've said in the platform that if there's one state that needs to be created, is a state for the Southeast, so that at least there'll be some balance. Even though I concede that there is still a region that has 7. But why? What is the reason? Why should the Southeast have 5 states as the region? Why? Why?
Thank
So,
you so
and I don't want to go to all the other, because
thank
even in terms of
I
federal
like just
character,
I like to just one. Yeah, I'll come to you, Mr. The flagship. Now, a question has been thrown by one individual. I said, Nnamdi Kanu, there's no IDP camp where they're having people Nnamdi Kanu chased from their locality. But we have a set of people who have chased people all around Nigeria and have formed IDP camps all around Nigeria. And yet, Nnamdi Kanu seems to be the problem of Nigeria. Is that how it should be done? Is there any in reality?
Good afternoon, KJ. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All
No.
right, man. Good afternoon to Mr. Tony and everybody else watching. You know, I think lately I've started taking myself backwards to look outside the geographical region of Nigeria with reference to this Nnamdi Kanu case. And I'm beginning to look at the West and the kind of involvement they may have in it. The question you asked about IDP camps and those that have been causing people, ravaging Nigeria, and as a result, having IDP camps all over the place with bona fide citizens of the country being displaced from their homes and placed in those camps. And nobody seemed to say anything about that. On one hand, that faction that causes this ravage in the country is splitting everything apart and causing chaos and confusion. And on the other hand, Nnamdi Kanu is saying, let's figure a way out to make things work if we want to stay together as a nation and take out this injustice that one sect or a certain cultural group experience. Or if we cannot, let's go our separate ways peacefully. But that doesn't seem to resonate with those who control what happens in Nigeria. This week that just passed, you and I heard of the report of how the group that has been ravaging Nigeria with so much impunity and just spilling blood all over the place, we've figured out that at least now we know who's behind them, who's giving them this energy, these weapons and everything, money that they need. So it's beyond the 400 people that the UAE gave to Buhari to say, these are the guys behind these people. And now in light of this new information that we have, my question then is, could there be a possible involvement in the West in Nnamdi Kanu's detention and unwillingness for the Nigerian government to release him back to his people, or at least back to where he came from? And the other part that really kind of makes me think a little bit more, the reason why I'm looking at the outside world is, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Nnamdi Kanu carries a British passport. Is that not so?
Yes.
So then, why has the BRICS not said anything about this? I mean, he's a bona fide citizen if he has the passport. Remember back then when the U.S. journalist, Saudi U.S. journalist, was mutilated in Turkey at the embassy. The U.S. was involved, and that guy only had a green card. But the U.S. considered him a U.S. because he's carrying the green card, a U.S. citizen or resident at least. They got involved in the matter and said one or two things. But with Nnamdi Kanu's case, the Brits have not said anything. So all these are like, I mean, for lack of a better word, suspicion that is making me believe that these guys could be involved. They say, hold him down there. If he comes out, we don't know what's going to happen. if the Igbos or the Biafra folks, if he gets out and they get what they want, they lose grip of Nigeria as they have designed it to be. So these are the many things I'm beginning to think about and ask these questions to say, can we have some answers and begin to look beyond it? Because the Nigerian judicial system, justice has been served. They said, let him go. There's nothing to hold him on. But you keep moving the goalpost at every which way and leaving the case stuck with Binta, where Nnamdi Kanu has rightfully said that there's a huge compromise there with Binta as far as he's concerned. And then you see his team not interpreting the law as it should be. At this point, I'm thinking that Nnamdi Kanu this is a psychological torture on him. They are running him down the ground to get him to act out, and they can have other reasons to want to keep him or label him whichever way they want to. And you and I see how he's reacting. He's screaming and yelling in court, telling his team to shut up while he speaks. They don't know how to interpret the law, and so on and so forth. So this is a deliberate act, and it's being commanded by someone outside Nigeria. At this point, it's not the Nigerian government. The AG is not willing to just issue that command and say, let the man go, but not
the West African court, the West African ECOWAS had issued he had won an ECOWAS, which also instructed that Nigeria should release him. That,
but
he also has a ruling on his behalf from the appeal court saying that he has no case to answer, and that just like he said, that ruling have not been vacated. Okay?
Right.
So
but
now,
think about the Brits. You guys should look. The Brits are behind this.
I want to bring in the BRICS, but you see, I didn't research towards that direction because that's probably not where I want to go today. But the BRICS, Catherine Luong, who was the former ambassador to Nigeria, played a crucial role, because remember that all this didn't start until she started going to the East. We didn't have much of this confusion in the East. That is on record. I'm not making any new accusation. Anybody can check it out. It's there on the internet. But since we don't have any evidence, that we can grab on to say this is how we attach this to this, that becomes a hearsay, and that becomes my opinion. But the thing is, it also baffles us why a British citizen will be incarcerated for 4 years and counting, and the British don't seem to be worried about that.
What more evidence do you need then?
Yeah, I agree with you totally.
Exactly.
Well, if you look at the external relations between Nigeria and Britain, of course, first of all, realizing that this is a former colony of Britain, and if you go back to the history of the Civil War, you know that Britain didn't take sides with Britain took sides with with Nigeria. And you see some of the oil majors like Shell, although they are pulled out or about pulling out. You see that there are economic interests that the British government has in that region, and therefore anything that we tend to dismember, cause confusion in that area will not be in their interest. So to that extent, I feel that what Britain is looking at is what is it for us? What are we going to gain? One man against what we gain from the nation. But having said that, I think too that the issues here are one that also have some internal dynamics, particularly if you look at the Southeast. Can we honestly say that all hands are on deck in the eastern region?
Okay, we'll come to
agreed,
that. Don't go. We'll come to that. What are the leaders of the East doing? And
Yes.
like I said, I have enough video to almost discuss every other topic we're going to go to. But let's go to the young man who is in darkness. I believe you are in Nigeria. Please help me call out your name. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Good
Okay.
evening, everyone.
Sorry. Call your
Uh,
name again.
yeah,
What?
my name is Ogwejofo.
Ogwejofo. Ogwejofo. Okay, you're welcome. And you are in Nigeria, I believe, because you are in darkness.
Yes, yes, yes. That word is that.
So yeah, so we have heard us discuss. You are on ground. Is there any news on ground there that gives you by understanding why this case is dragging the way it's dragging, other than the fact that the government has refused to do what it needs to do, which is to release Nnamdi Kanu?
Yes, yes. From the homeland here, from Nigeria here, you can see everything play. You can see how everything goes, how everything started and how it's going. From our understanding, we already know that we are not only dealing with the presidency or the DSS or the judiciary. No, we are doing beyond that. We are dealing beyond that. You can see whatever that is being happening, like what is being said, that a British citizen will be kidnapped in Kenya and illegally brought into the country, and nothing is being done about it. So we are not only fighting the DSS and the judiciary. This has to do with the United Kingdom itself, and we all know how everything started. Just like the last broadcast Dr. Damage did with Simon Epa. I was here live. I also told people, the viewers, that we know how everything started and we know how it got to where we. Everyone that says he or she is not aware of what's going on, the person is lying. We know how it got from the bringing in the Boko Haram. From there, the Fulani in the bush and the women, the farmers. From there, the ESN, Nnamdi Kanu. From there, a result to Simon Ekpa, and currently the army. So we know how it started and we know how it went. But my problem is the
You are
people that are supposed
hold on,
to.
hold on. You are in the east. You are in the east. If I believe, is there any
Yes,
person
yes, yes, yes. I mean,
forcing? Is there any group of people forcing people to sit at home on Mondays? Is there any group of people going around and forcing people to be in their homes on Monday without coming out to enforce they sit at home?
no, 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 not at all. People are doing that on their own will, because everyone, you cannot hide the truth forever. You cannot hide the reality forever. Everyone has come to realize the injustice on the young man Nnamdi Kanu, and people knew about Monday sit at home started because of him, and people are now doing it willingly. There is nobody forcing anybody to do sit at home. Either the people already knows. Just that the people, when Simon was around, he is only having that engagement with maybe the 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 government facilities, like the police and the army for the sit at home. But individual normal citizen, we are not, nobody is forcing anybody to sit at home. We are doing it willingly for him, for the injustice on the citizen. Because all these things happening that you see that we're happening, it is for the citizen, for the genuine citizen, for an average Nigerian who is on the street. We do all these things that we are doing because we know that this is affecting us. And if it's being done the right way, if the Nigerian rule of law is being followed the right way and the way it's supposed to be, it is also we, that the citizens, that will benefit from it. So when we see that the whole thing is not going the way it's supposed to go, we take decision. Mostly during the NSAS. You can see during the NSAS, we came out. Imagine me on the front line on the NSAS protesting, and a live bullet is being opened on me. what could be my defense? Just holding a flag, standing there. You could see what happened during the protest. Our able young men were down, and you cannot expect us to come out again for another protest unless the protest will be of a different kind. Instead of coming out for that protest again and being killed, it's better you do the protest by sitting at home. That's why most people do it at home on Mondays. You understand? So the whole thing, we know how they
I have a question for him, KJ.
Okay, go ahead. So sorry, we're going to, because we know the importance of your data and where you are. So we'll ask you all the questions, and if you need to go, just stand by. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, two questions. But the first one is this: the sit at home that you say everybody's doing at their own will. Ejiofor is your name, right?
No, Ogujiofor.
Ogujiofor. Okay, sorry. I wanted to address you properly. Ogujiofor. You said the people are sitting down at home of their own will. Is that recently, or was that from the beginning? Remember, the news was going around that the sit at home was being enforced by Samuel Ekpa. Is it being done out of the free will of the people now that he's in jail, or was this the case from the beginning?
Okay. Like I said earlier, you see, from the beginning, it has to be like, okay, every Sunday, everyone should sit at home. Let me start from like example. Now, this is a word that has been said. I remember it's not from Simon, but it started with Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu, while doing broadcast, he will declare also reason that everybody should sit at home. Now, then I would say then it was enforced, and later people get to understand why and how it is being done. Let me say, after the NSAS protest, like people like me, I'll use myself as an example. I got to understand fully that this is what is supposed to be done. If you ask me why, I will tell you why. Now, after that, those Nnamdi Kanu educating people of the benefit and the use of that sit at home. Now, during the time of Simon, willingly. Today, currently in Nigeria, every Monday, you can't see any bus driver. Let me use the highway because that's you cannot see any commercial bus traveling maybe from Lagos East on Monday. You cannot see that. Now, nobody will stop you on the way, but you already know that this is how it's done, and from the start, this is first.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification. My second question is this. I've been wondering about this since this whole Nnamdi Kanu's abduction from Kenya started. How did you all in the East feel when you heard that the Kenyan government had a hand to play in his abduction from Kenya to Nigeria? How did you all respond to Kenya when you found this out?
I would say when we got the information of his extra rendition to Nigeria, we were heartbroken and
Okay, can you hear us? Okay.
KJ, the reason the case is here, and the reason I was asking that question is if the Kenya Airways flies direct from Nairobi to Enugu still, right? Does it still operate that line?
I don't know if it goes to Enugu, but I know it goes to Abuja.
Okay, but I think I heard it goes to Enugu. There was a time they say it was, as of 2022, Kenya Airways was flying direct to Enugu. If the route is still on, I was thinking a better response of the people from the East to Kenya would have been to boycott that airline totally, knowing that they had a hand in the not just extradition, but the arrest, detention of Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya for a couple of days before they handed him over to the Nigerian government. A good response would have been for all Easterners who patronize that airline for travel to boycott it as a response to that.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Yes, Mr. Tony. Okay,
Sorry,
you're
my
back.
network was bad. I didn't.
Sorry.
Yes,
We
yes,
know
yes.
how bad it is. So conclude. So before we move on, conclude.
Okay, so I don't know if there is any more question from what is
No.
happening back here.
Mr. Tony, do you have any question for him?
No, I just want to commend him. I know how difficult it is, to tune in from Nigeria, and you can see some of the problems in darkness over there. But I want to ask, this stay-at-home thing, because when I went to Nigeria in November, December, I was in Umuahia for 1 week. Things seem to be moving, quite well. People, nobody seemed to be on the sit at home wasn't taking place in Umuahia town. Do I know? So I don't know if this is widespread in the east or just selection of places.
This is another example why that I say that is not being enforced, because if this is being enforced, the whole Igbo land will follow the instructions, but it's not forcefully being enforced by the, let me say, by the Igbos or the Biafra people. Made it will be active in some other state, and the other state is not active. Yes, that's how it is.
Okay. Thank you so much. Mr. Chukuma, if you can hear me, you need to put on your camera, because this is a camera session. We all need to see our face. Thank you, my brother. If you can still hang on, it's okay. If not, we appreciate your contribution.
By the camera.
Yes. Thank
Don't
you.
worry about the camera. There's nothing that has not happened before that will happen.
Okay, thank you.
Nigeria, it
Go
is what
ahead.
it is because
Go ahead.
it is
Go
what it
ahead.
is.
Thank you so much.
So we will not rather be hiding for it to get worse. You
Thank you.
understand? So we that are here, we already is thank you.
Thank you. Now, there is a contribution that I want us to look at before we go on, and this contribution came from Precious and a barrister we all know from Nigeria. Here is the side of their argument.
Welcome to Precious EU TV. It's always a delight to be with you. And Barrister Darlington and I don't land here once again to give on a breakdown of some things that happen for inside the country. If you joined us earlier on our previous live, we played you a video of what transpired in court with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and his response to to Justice Beta Nyako postponing her case indefinitely. And a lot of people said that, oh, he's arrogant because of the way he spoke to a particular lawyer and all of that. But Barrister Darlington had chimed in on that. Barrister Darlington, well, in case you've not seen that video, just watch it briefly.
There's not an old man like this doesn't know the law. You don't know the law. I have a petition against Beta Nyako. I have a petition against her. Nonsense. Why is it when it comes to my case, they turn the law upside down? They turn the law upside down. Upside down. Upside down. Listen. This is the laws of Nigeria. The prosecution and this court doesn't know the law. That is the fact. Poor knowledge of the law is killing Nigeria. Poor knowledge of the law, they don't know the law. This is a federal gazetted law of Nigeria that says here that the chief judge of Nigeria cannot tell Beta Nyako what to do. It's here. It's your law. Just obey it. That is why I do what I do. I agitate for Biafra. I agitate for Biafra, my right to agitate. My right. They turned it from treasonable felony now to terrorism. Stop talking when I'm talking.
Sorry, sir.
Because these people, they are fools. They think they can mess around with people who are not educated. I am an educated man. I can't show them the petition for the simple reason that if you show it,
what the judge said was that the case file was.
I don't recognize anything being filed today for the simple reason that she has no jurisdiction to try me. None whatsoever. I came out of courtesy and respect. She stands recused from my case and cannot try my case. There are things that are happening in this country that a lot of you do not know. It is my duty to make that very, very clear to all of you today. Because the lies are too much. The lies are too much. I sent a petition to NJC. I don't want to talk about it. Justice Binta Nyaku is using her position for personal gain. For personal gain. Her son and her husband are facing corruption charges. And they told them that if they convict me, this is what happens. You can see it. They don't want the truth to come out. Nobody wants the truth to come out. Nobody wants the truth to come out. Nobody wants the truth to come out in Nigeria. That's the problem. Who's that person? Who's that person? Husband and son are facing corruption charges. They sent her to my case so they can release or smoothen the pathway for the husband and the son. Who are the lights? They are facing. It doesn't matter if the office. In a corrupt society, that's what happens. They are very, very corrupt. There is a breach of judicial oath. They have violated the judicial oath. They have shown bias according to Supreme Court. They are biased against me. Supreme Court said so. And that is why what is happening in the judgments and rulings concerning me has been happening. So, disobedience to superior court orders. Supreme Court said you are biased. You are against this man. You should not have revoked his bail. Nigeria went to Kenya and kidnapped him. These things are in the public domain. Why, therefore, are they insisting on trying me? A court order was entered. In that very court order, it was said very clearly and succinctly that he is no more.
Welcome back, Vice President. You could just like drop one final thought to that in Nnamdi Kanu thing again. You know, so we don't talk about it when we did live the other time.
No, what is there is that Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for his rights.
Okay.
And since the federal government have taught him how to be stubborn, you will not blame him for being stubborn. It's like when you beat a child, will you ask that child not to cry? And so they have turned Nnamdi Kanu into a rebel with a cause. He's fighting for a cause. He even made it clear that he's agitating for Biafra.
Yes.
That is self-determination, that it is his right.
So
nobody can fault it.
So he get right to be angry because of the way they don't treat him.
Exactly.
So but this accusation of corruption and all that, we accuse Binta Nyaku saying his son and husband they corrupt. He shows that the thing no go worsen in case they call and make it come prove him.
No, is it not a fact? Okay. It's a fact now. It's a fact. The woman, in fact, I pity that woman because she will not have a peaceful sleep.
All right. So
the young man have already. In fact, she will be troubled. She'll be troubled.
All right, so we don't dwell on that. Check our live video, our previous live. You see all of this conversation there. But let's go sweet there very smoothly to what two things. Waiting Oga Adeboye, Pastor Adeboye talked for church yesterday about saying go gather.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Chukuma. Welcome, forefathers. And, every other person who is on the keyboard warriors. Someone was asking a very interesting question. I'm sure that if you're the one who is locked up for 4 years in a small compartment and you see the light of day at some particular period of a time and you go back and remain there, you'll not be speaking the way you're speaking. So, it's always easy when you're outside talking. Until your freedom is taken, then you know what it is and what is the difficulty you are going to face. First and foremost, you're going to have to fight to to remain sane. You're going to fight yourself to remain sane because you cannot leave the room or go anywhere except it's the time for you to do that. And then after that, you're going to fight the possibility of the timing. How long is it going to take you to be in that confinement? Look, it's not an easy. So when you guys wake up and you say, write some of this you write or ask some of these questions you ask, I wonder. Because you see, if you are not being in that position, you cannot be able to determine how people should react. And so even for him reacting the way he's reacting, and you come to a court, the court of law, let's put something very straight. The Federal Gazette he read is a federal law. It's a gazette that's been written. It didn't write it because of Nnamdi Kanu. It has been in existence. That when you say, when they first of all, that the chief judge cannot direct a judge in a case on what to do or how to do it. Okay, that's one. Two, when you as an accused person decide to say, I don't think I can get fair hearing from this judge, the judge stands to recuse herself. I've said this on this panel before, and I'm going to bring it's a personal example. Back in Abuja, I paid for a house, and the woman was supposed to pay me back, use the money I paid to finish the house, and I don't want to call the amount so it doesn't look as if I'm trying to put up any nonsense. But the house, she didn't complete the house, and we waited and waited and waited for over 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and she would not report my money. Eventually, the case went to court. When the case went to court, the judge in charge of the case is somebody that we were in the same business club. Not that I'm her friend, though, but she knew me or I know her from a business club. And when the case started, he told the woman that I brought to court, my whatever, they are accused or what I don't know what you call her, that this person who has brought this case, we belong to the same business club. Are you satisfied with that, or do you want me to recuse myself? This was what the judge said in Abuja. Whatever, one of the courts in Abuja there. And the guy, the judge, the lawyer of the woman got up and said, no, based on that, man, we want you to recuse yourself. We're not sure we're going to get justice. She said, fine. And she recused herself based on we're not friends. I just know, or she knows that I also belong to that business club that she is in. So now what stops you in this case to recuse yourself and stand recused? Since you, in that case, when she recused herself, did they write? Did she write? There was nothing. She just handed it over and then passed the case out. And the next time when I caught was a different judge. So what I'm trying to emphasize here is that you as the accused person have the right to determine whether you're going to get justice or not. And if you don't stand, even with your own lawyers, if you don't think you can get them doing a good job for you, you can go to court and say, I don't want this lawyer to represent me. They're not, I don't think they are for my best interest. So anyway, having said that, I want to welcome Mr. Chukwuba. I've been trying to get in all the while. So I would like to hear your own aspect of this. You saw the videos we played, and one of the videos that really got me worked up this morning was when I listened to Buhari's statement over and over. And I felt that it's not now that this thing have been coming. It could have been any other Igbo person, irrespective of whether it's Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or not. So, what's your take, sir?
All right, thank you very much, KJ. Good evening to you, Flagship, Forefathers, and Tony. Well, you have said a lot, KJ, and the Nnamdi Kanu question, or put in a larger context, the Igbo question, it's something that is gone, the Nnamdi Kanu question in particular, it's gone beyond the judicial process. Judicial process in the sense that, look, it is very clear, we had a court here in Nigeria, discharge and acquit Nnamdi Kanu. It's there, it's clear, newspapers carried it. But the moment that happened, the federal government went back and brought in fresh charge against him. I think about 7 or so. And the way they are going about the thing, it's very clear that the Nigerian government has no case against Nnamdi Kanu. In another instance, a court of competent jurisdiction in Nigeria said, look, for you to have even renditioned this young man means that you don't have a case against him. You granted him bail, you pursued him in his house, killed to his house, killed people. KJ 27, like you mentioned, he ran for his dear life. You brought him back. You didn't extradite him. You renditioned him, which is a law that is against international relations. You don't do that. But it's clear that the Kenyan government is also in cahoots with the Nigerian government. So when I say that it's gone beyond the political process, it's very clear, it's very evident. You don't need to travel far to see all of that. It is more political. Unfortunately, the Nigerian government is not interested in you. Okay, now let me say the Nigerian state, because we have two governments in context now. First of all, the Buhari government, and in continuation, the Tinubu government. Is a state issue. The Nigerian state is clearly not interested in releasing Nnamdi Kanu, and they are not interested in addressing the Igbo question, because without the Igbo question, there will not be an Nnamdi Kanu. Like he said in court, I have the right to agitate for a Biafra. It is his fundamental right. It's also enshrined in the AU Charter, it's enshrined in the United Nations Charter for people to clearly stand up to self-determination. So again, I go back to the issue of legality. It's gone beyond the judicial process. The state is keeping him on the premise that he is trying to cut out a certain section of the country, that is the southeast, the Igbo southeast, out of Nigeria. And when they say that Nigeria's unity is not negotiable, what do they mean by that? This is a union that we entered into, and according to the papers that we have, this union expired in 2014, after 100 years. Just like in Nigeria here, certificate of occupancy, expires after 99 years. So in the letters that brought Nigeria together during the amalgamation, the Northern Protectorate and the Southern Protectorate with the colony of Lagos, that deed of assignment, or whatever it is called, expired in 1914. So people are at liberty to say, look, I don't want to be in this union anymore. But before we even get to that, Nnamdi Kanu didn't start out agitating for Biafra. The first thing he did was to ask questions: how can we make this country work? Because clearly this country isn't working. This country isn't working, and it all started during the administration of Muhammadu Buhari, who clearly and technically excluded the Igbo Southeast from the commanding heights of Nigeria's national life. We had about 11 security agencies. The Igbo nation was not represented in that, in a union that everybody should have a sense of belonging. What do you call that? Is that not conspiracy against the Igbo people? He had.
Can you hear us? Okay, while we wait for him, I want to welcome Dr. Chidi. Dr. Chidi, it's good to see you. You are in your fighting gear, so that you didn't come for me.
Hello, KJ, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. I just wanted to welcome Dr. Chidi and Mr.
Okay, so would that be a written document? The conspiracy against the Southeast is very clear. But I'm not surprised, and I'll be surprised that anybody's surprised with what is happening to Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi is a freedom fighter, and that is what happens to freedom fighters. At a point, if you look at the 20th and the 21st, the latter part of 20th century and the early 21st century, sorry, you discover that Nelson Mandela happens to be one of Africa's greatest sons. At a point, he was described and designated a terrorist. They arrested him, put him in detention, put him in jail for 27 years. Even as president, he couldn't go to US, but they had to waive it for him to go to US. What happened? After how many years? He is still the leading light in Africa. What happened to Mahatma Gandhi? Gandhi was also called names by the Brits and all of that. Freedom fighters, that is the way they go. So when people talk about the way Nnamdi is acting, he can't act anything less than that. And look, like the young man has clearly said, he died long ago. He died long ago, and he's still ready to die for the cause which he stands for. Unfortunately, the Nigerian state is not interested in addressing the root cause of the problem that led to his incarceration. Insecurity is very rife, it's widespread in all parts of Nigeria. The federal government, the Nigerian state, has not been able to unpack all of that. They tiptoe around it. They keep walking around it without clearly. So when some people say that the government is complicit in all of this, you begin to put one and two together to say, look, looks like the government is clearly interested in what is happening, not just in the southeast, but in other parts of the country. Now, let's localize it to the southeast. Why is it that the federal government, the Nigerian state, has not been able to address the insecurity in the southeast, despite the fact that the southeast is more militarized than terror-prone zones like the northwest and the northeast? At last count, Inter-Society checked, there were 94 checkpoints from one end of the southeast to the other. Yet, in earshot of these military checkpoints, kidnapping happens, armed robberies happen, and what else? What do you call it? It is a state conspiracy against the southeast. And it's like they have just said, look, well, if you people want, you can kill yourself there, so long as it doesn't affect the Nigerian economy, so long as it doesn't affect the state structure, if you like, kill yourselves. Oh, that is what is happening. So it's gone beyond the legal process. It's just political. It's just political, if you ask me. That's what it is for me.
I'd love Mr. Chukuma to respond to the question I asked initially, if you will, please.
Sorry, Flagship, can you come again with the question? Looked like I was offline then.
No worries. So I'll make it brief. Here it is. The Southeast, having known that the Kenyan government was a full participant in Nnamdi Kanu, not just extradition, but detention in Kanu and handing over to the Nigerian government, what should have been a better response from the Southeast, knowing that there is an economic benefit that the Kenyan government gets from the Southeast by virtue of its daily or weekly flights from Nairobi to Enugu, I think. Do you think a boycott of that airline would send a strong message to the Kenyan government in the role they played in Nnamdi Kanu's detention and extradition?
All right, KJ, I think there's a mix-up here. Unfortunately, it wasn't Kenyan airline, it is ET, Ethiopian Airlines that drops off at Enugu. It is not Ethiopian airline. But on a larger scale, you see, it's also a problem in the Southeast. The Southeast people have not been unified in the struggle, against oppression. Everyone is doing his own thing. The intelligentsia, the business elites are clearly not on the same page on how to go about addressing the issue of marginalization. And the larger problem is that the political class that benefits, from the rot that goes on in the Southeast are not interested. It's like if they come together to fight it, they will simply take away the feeding bottles from their mouth. Look at what happened recently. The House of Representatives Committee on Constitutional Review made a proposal for the creation of 31 additional states in Nigeria. And upon all the injustice, upon all the injuries that have been caused to the Southeast by way of being the zone that has the least number of states, a son of Igbo land, Benjamin Kalu, who represents KJ there in the House of Representatives, sat atop of that committee and made recommendations for Southwest to be given 7 new states and for Southeast 5 states. What does that tell you? He was just playing a good boy to the president because he is interested in becoming governor of Abia State under the APC. So he is not alone. And on the larger scale, the business community, the business elites are not interested because all their businesses are outside the Southeast. A chunk of Abuja is owned by Igbo people. A chunk of Lagos is owned by Igbo people. And unfortunately, in their intellectual misunderstanding, they think that if Southeast or that Biafra gets out of the Nigerian Union, that they will lose all of those things. They forget that there's an ECOWAS protocol. Biafra will simply become the 16th or now the 14th state of ECOWAS, since the other 3 states have pulled out. That is what they don't understand.
We need to move on. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Forefather.
Yes. Sorry, I just wanted, based on one point that
Someone's sorry, hold on. Someone's phone. Someone's phone. Hello.
Hello. KJ, go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay, there's a feedback.
Everybody, mute everybody.
So
Mute everyone.
mute your mics, please. Mute if you're not speaking. Great. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chukuma. That was quite deep, and we appreciate it. Thank you so much. That also opens up the discussion, because I know there are many who do not see anything that is wrong with what's going on with Nnamdi Kanu. And so they have an open mind to be able to discuss it holistically. And like I said earlier before the program started, when you are coming, please come with an open mind. See the topic. We're not discussing any other thing. We're not discussing two-faced Idibia. We're not discussing any of those. We're discussing the issues that have to do with Nnamdi Kanu in the Nigerian court. If that does not hold your fancy, you can excuse us for today. It's just an advice. But please, if you want to participate with an open mind. All of us have red blood running in our system. Nobody has water running in the system. Okay? And so we're all human beings at the level of whatever level you see yourself. That's where the next person is. Let's discuss that. Thank you so much. Back to you. But I want to go to Forefather. I'll some of your comments in the comment section. Do you still hold those views that you were sharing earlier on? I haven't heard all you have heard now.
No, I do hold my views. And I do have my opinion on these things. I feel like there is a little bit of dishonesty within our discourse in our country. And there's also a dishonesty in the way we attribute certain expectations from our nation. Even when we see this in every other country, many of us that are overseas, we see the same patterns in other countries, and we act as if our nation would be any different. It's impossible to meet the requirements some of us expect of our state. That said, it doesn't mean that the Nigerian state is not a little bit unfair to some regions than the other. But then again, that is how other nations are. I sit here in the UK where there's hardly a leader from the UK that comes from the north. Hardly. When I say hardly, I'm not saying it happens maybe every 2-3 prime ministers. No. You have 5. Maybe I don't even know the last time that somebody came from the north in the UK. Most of the resources in the UK is in the south. Yeah, they have multiple nations. And yet, these same people conquer the world. Is there something wrong with the way we think about things? I don't know, because we see
what you're saying is not adding up.
It may not add up to you because
most of the
you are divorced from reality.
And the leadership comes from the south. Is this what you have in Nigeria?
Let me finish what I'm saying. You see, the thing about reality is that you can pretend it's not there, but it is. And it will hit you repeatedly until you learn to deal with the reality on the ground instead of living in your head. That is just the truth of life. Now, when we look at the case of Nnamdi Kanu, what is going on in Nigeria right now, what I see is the government playing politics with his case. And it doesn't mean Nnamdi Kanu didn't do anything wrong. I don't know why people conflate both things. The government is playing politics. For me, the way I look at them is that both of them are just as bad as each other, because in the end, what have they done for their people? All they've done is create problems for their people.
Well, I would like to ask you a question. Why should the government be playing politics with his case? Is he a politician? Does he hold a political position? Why should they be playing politics with what is legal in accordance with the Constitution of Nigeria?
Because they are just as terrible, like I said. They are terrible people in Nigeria. And these forces control our nations. The same pattern you see in Congo, many countries in Africa, you see the same pattern. The opposition and the government are being puppeted, and they are just devastating the lives of their people. That's why I say plague on both of their houses. Because what have these people given us other than chaos? But a lot of people don't see that. That is what they don't see. Have you seen the difference between P2B and these two, the government and this Nnamdi Kanu.
Forefather, sorry,
This
I'm
is the
still asking
difference
you a
between them.
question. So, Forefather, hold on. I'm with you. So just please be patient. The UN Committee on Arbitrary Detention has also, condemned and asked that Nigeria should release Nnamdi Kanu. So, which of the laws are they holding to now? Because the West African countries, ECOWAS court have said they should be released because he was adapted and all that. The UN Commission on Arbitrary Arrest and Detention has also given their own ruling on that. The appeal court has issued that they didn't have any case to answer. They got a ruling on that. More than 3 courts have awarded a cost against the Nigerian government and the Nigerian police for his detention and arrest. What else do you expect that this government should do, since we are a people who love righteousness and justice? Or don't we love righteousness and justice?
If you are saying what I expect them to do, that's a different thing from what they are doing. I already condemn them for what they are doing. They are playing politics. Just as much as Nnamdi Kanu is playing politics. He's clearly very healthy and very angry. And they are playing politics with us and playing games. In the end, what are they actually doing to better the people's lives? You can say whatever you like. This is one of the reasons why I like IPOB. He's actually doing something positive, trying to be positive for the people. He's not trying to create anarchy all the time. Like you said, the federal government didn't do anything to secure the country. There's chaos everywhere in the country, and they are clearly mismanaging this case to create even potential chaos. These people are not not our people. They're just awful people that keep creating chaos for their people.
Thank you. I will move on. I'll come back to you for a call.
No, you can't just move on. I've not even finished my submission. You just
okay, sorry. Okay, take 2 minutes and finish what you're saying.
All right, thank you. So, like, if you look at the case of Julian Assange, I think he was in prison between the embassy and prison for 11 years. That the West abused it. So when the UN says, they should intervene, the West said the same thing about the UN said the same thing about Assange, and the West ignored the UN. They don't care because oh goodness, the few minutes I have now.
Go ahead.
So the internal affairs of nations tend to be a little bit more complicated. If our government was actually prosecuting the case properly, I won't have any issues with this. But the issue, what we are seeing here is a game, and it's a dangerous game they are playing with the people. I think this government have not done enough damage for the last 2 years that they have been in office. What if something goes and happens to Nnamdi Kanu or something crazy? Look at how he's acting in court. If he starts to fight, something happens to him, what happens? This is why irresponsible people, and they don't care that in between all this chaos is the people in the middle, and all of you that are supporting them, you are going to suffer. You are not seeing your true enemies. Why are these so-called leaders not working together?
Okay.
Why are they always hell-bent on trying to create chaos?
Thank you so much. I appreciate your contribution. And there's an Igbo adage which I will say in Igbo. I don't want to call I'm not again half a log. So I'll leave it at that. Those who understand Igbo. I'll come to Mr. Let me go in the order I see it on my list. If it's not how you came in, I'm sorry. But let me go on. Mr. Ike, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon and happy Sunday to every one of us today.
Hold on, I see those behind the stage. The back side, I see you. Questions are answered. Thank you. Go ahead, Ike.
Yes. The last speaker who spoke is no more in the platform, right? Is he from Nigeria?
Yes, he's Nigerian. Okay. Is it forefather? The last person is it?
No. Before forefather,
yes, the Chukuma is Nigerian.
Okay. May God bless his soul. I think he has stated it clearly. Partially, 85% of what I would have loved to say is what he has said, and may God bless him for putting it out there. You see, my brothers, you can kill Nnamdi Kanu, but you cannot kill an ideology. You can kill the body, but you cannot kill the soul. No matter how Nigerians are playing politics with the issue of Nnamdi Kanu is is like a broken bottle that hung on the throat of Nigeria, because you don't know how you are going to remove the broken bottle. Because if you want to remove it, you cut your neck. If you leave it, the same thing will also happen. So Nigerian government or Nigerian state have shown the Igbos that they have always let us know that we are not part of Nigeria, in every ramification. But because of the spirit of an Igbo man to survive, we have always survived, and we will continue to survive with Nigeria or no Nigeria. Because anywhere you go in the world, you don't see an Igbo man, you should run away from there, because nothing good is going to come out of that place. I think that the political class in the Southeast, sometimes I mention names. Like my brother who spoke the other time before forefathers, he talked about your so-called Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, right? And your brother Ojus Okano, and Hope Uzodimma, right? And Umahi, and the Soludo of Anambra State, and some other political leaders in the Southeast, and some businessmen, young businessmen who are dining and whining with this political elite. They are the greatest problem we have in the Southeast. And I think that the Nigerian judiciary has messed themselves up with the case of Nnamdi Kanu to the point that it has become a laughing stock. We are talking about what they did during the political dispensation, but what they are dealing with the issue of Nnamdi Kanu is something that whether you support Nnamdi Kanu, whether you support the Igbos, whether you have love or hatred for the Igbos, you should be able to stand up and say that this Nigerian judiciary has become a laughing stock. If they don't want to release Nnamdi Kanu, I don't think that they are helping themselves, because Sunday Igboho was agitating for up to today. He, like this year, was it this year or last year, he went to the British government to present his case, right? The people of Boko Haram have been killing people in the south, in the north, and we know the political leaders who are behind Boko Haram. They are still the political leaders in Nigeria today. The people behind the Boko Haram, they are still the political leaders in Nigeria today. So, what is his name? Asara Dokubo also has his own group, right? He's agitating, but he has gone to the Asorok to kiss the ring, right? So, the thing is that my prayer, I've always said that my prayer is that Nigerian government should not allow anything to happen to Nnamdi Kanu in prison. Because by the time they will realize if anything happened to that young man in prison, all these politics that they are playing, that the political class are helping them to do what they're doing, there is not going to be anywhere that is going to shake the political class in the Southeast, because we know them already. We know the people already. So, but my prayer is that we find a political solution. It is time that they let this young man to go, because there is no reason holding Nnamdi Kanu, because Nnamdi Kanu has never been a violent man. Before, when you were making your decision, Nnamdi Kanu has always been saying, let there be a true federal government of Nigeria where every sector of Nigeria is represented. My brother who spoke last time talked about when Buhari was in power. All the whole political, all the military positions, and every sensitive position were held by the Northerners. The same thing, the Miloko philosophy, that's what is also going on right now. It's not even the whole West, but the people that belong in the Miloko people, not because most of them are not representing the real Yorubas. They are representing Bola Tinubu, who is your president, right? So it's the same thing. So the Igbos have been excluded in everything. At the end of the day, they give us the crumbs that falls from the table, right? Okay. So I think that my prayer every time when I wake up in the morning is that Nigerian government do not know what they are doing. But until the day we will look for Nnamdi Kanu and we don't see him, then they will finally find out really, 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 if the Igbos are united or if the Igbos are one. So my appeal, based on the fragile nature of Nigeria, I think that this government should be able to save their face and release this young man to go so that Nigeria will begin to heal. Because this healing, there is no how this healing can start if this young man is still where they are still keeping him, based on the condition and the way and the manner that they brought him to Nigeria and what happened before he left this country called Nigeria. You know, he has lost everything, family, friends, you know, blood are shed before he left this country. So I think that it is time for this government to be able to say, okay, listen, we want to have a real Nigeria and let this man go so that we'll begin to heal. Because now, and everything has shown us that it is not in Nnamdi Kanu that is causing insecurity in the Southeast. You know, our zone is militarized everywhere. I used to say it here that the only sanitary zone, where is the head of the hotel? You don't see any young man again, right? From one place to another, you see more than 80 checkpoints in the Southeast. What have we done? Why are we suffering? Why are we suffering?
Thank you so much.
So I think that for me to round up, I think that, as I said here, my prayer always every day is that Nigerian government should not allow them that something happened to Nnamdi Kanu in prison.
Thank you. I appreciate your submission, and I'm sure that a lot of people also are in the position where you are. I also fear that, because nobody can tell what tomorrow will bring. I come to Kene right now. Yeah, Kene, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. KJ, and thank you, everyone. Mr. Ike, there was the thing is, when you guys are referring to federal government, I wonder which federal government are you referring to? Is it a government that has no bearing? A government that is not, I don't want to say that they are not, they cannot equate them with dogs, because dogs are better than these people. And because dogs can actually give you security, but what you have in Nigeria are a bunch of miscreants, criminals, and armed robbers. And for anyone that thinks that Igbos are scared of Nigeria, you are getting it all wrong. Matter of fact, we are ready. If they want a second time event, second revisit, we are ready. It is not like it wouldn't be like what happened in the past, where you have the UK and the Soviet Union giving them all the support. We're going to put them to standstill this time. Should anything happen to Nnamdi Kanu, this is when they will know the real definition of Ndi Igbo. Do you understand that, right? So now, KJ, you were saying that the UK, the UN, ECOWAS and West Africa nonsense thing, they all grant him, they all rule that he should be released, right? Now, the question is, since Nigeria failed to release Nnamdi Kanu, what sanction have they meted on Nigeria? Nothing. Nigerian representative, they all go to UN, they all go to ECOWAS meeting, no sanction. So they are not being truthful. They are not being honest with their ruling. If they were honest enough, by now there should be sanctions against Nigeria. And this is the same style of deceit that we've been receiving from where I live, United States, via the Democrats Party, the Obamas, the Clintons, and all that. Last time, Donald Trump accused Clinton's family of being the one that created ISIS. And today, the latest revelation is that Democrats also created Boko Haram. And we know who was in the White House when Boko Haram was created. So they created Boko Haram and they've been funding Boko Haram. And then coming back to Nigeria, where you have the activities of Boko Haram ravaging the northern part of Nigeria and even extended it to the southwest and even part of southeast today. Nothing has been done about that. So it's all about deceit, lies, and all that. If they actually meant what they say, there should be sanctions. There should be sanctions against Nigeria today, but there is none. Now, you have a federal government. Somebody was asking, why is the federal government not being able to address the Southeast, the insecurity issues in the Southeast? The answer that I will be giving you today, go and double check, is that the federal government is responsible for the insecurities in the Southeast. They are the terrorists in the Southeast. The federal government of Nigeria is responsible for the insecurities in the Southeast of Nigeria. So they cannot address what they cause. They want it to be like that. You're talking about Benjamin Kalu. Is their boy. They all have their errand boys. The governor of Imo State, Ojuzo Kalu, is their what they call him? That guy, the bleaching skin guy, the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzo Danger. Yes, is their boy. They are working for them. They are not working for the interests of Igbo. Matter of fact, as it is today, I don't think we have true Igbo leadership today. Those people that you see or you called Igbo leaders, they are errand boys. They are working for them. So they impose them on us in order to use them against us. I think the only Igbo leader that I can confidently say that is an Igbo leader is the one we elected. What's his name? Oti. And this guy that stood for Nnamdi Kanu last time, that was in the Senate. Abaribe. Yeah. Every other person that you see there, all of them are a bunch of clowns, idiots. They are working for Almajiris. We don't have true Igbo leaders. So they cannot address what they are instituting, what they are funding, what they are causing. They are the cause of the insecurities in the Southeast.
Okay.
So we have a problem of terrorism in the Southeast, which is coming from the federal government. And today, they are holding on Nnamdi Kanu. What is Nnamdi Kanu's offense? Forefather said that he will not exonerate Nnamdi Kanu from being responsible for some things. What was his offense? He has a right to call for Biafra, just the way I am calling for Biafra. He has the right to agitate for Biafra. Does he not have the right? So what is his offense? Then you now living from you turn a blind eye on the real terrorist, and you are holding on someone that is just merely calling for Biafra as restoration. What is the offense?
All right.
Now the judge herself said that she will recuse herself from the case, and one Mala that called himself the Supreme Judge, I don't know what is his position, that Mala. Yes, now telling her that she doesn't have a right to recuse herself against the Constitution. And then Nnamdi Kanu was reading out the Constitution for them that he has no right to tell her what to do. She said she is not going to continue with the case. And you are now asking her to go back and continue with the case. This woman said that she has examined herself and she found herself not worthy enough to continue with the case because her husband is a criminal, her son is a criminal, she herself is a criminal. So she's being used against Nnamdi Kanu, and for that reason, Nnamdi Kanu has found out her mission and he called her out. And now she's so shameful that she doesn't want to continue with the case. She wants to recuse herself from the case. And one Malam is telling her that she must go back and continue with the case. And some clueless idiot last time on this platform were saying that, oh, Igbo leaders were the one holding Nnamdi Kanu in detention. Are you that? See, I don't want to use some words here, but please, we should always examine our brain before we talk.
We'll come back to that issue of Igbo leaders being part of what is the problem. But I'll come to Oti. Mr. Oti, I've heard what some of those who don't see Nnamdi Kanu at the light will see him, what they've been saying. What they've been saying is that he does not have any right to say he will speak on his own behalf. What they are saying is that he should not call out the judge, and then he should behave himself. He should comport himself, as some people say, and comport yourself, behave as if you're a beggarly, then stand and just say, "I beg you, make una just help me, make una just see say me self as a beggar." In fact, what the Nigerian state is demanding, according to Daniel Boala, that Nnamdi Kanu will renounce renounce Biafra, and then ask for leniency, and then they will think of starting the radicalization process with him. How do you see that, Mr. Oti?
Afternoon, everyone. No, quite frankly, this I look at it actually beyond what is going on. What plays out in the court. Well, first of all, somebody that is suffering injustice, I don't think anybody really has the right to tell the person how to feel, how to react. He who wears the shoe feels the pinch. That's one thing. No, but as I said, what is playing out to me makes me I look at it at the broad, see it more broadly than what is going on, because we see a court of law, judiciary. This is a Nigerian judiciary, and then the whole world is looking at this. What happened during the election petition hearings, and then this. The world is watching this, and it just the beggars believe that some people will come and say that proudly say that they're Nigerian, want to defend this entity, defend its existence. It's unbelievable. Now, because again, this is I talked about this is the judiciary, the role they're playing. I mean the shame they're bringing to us as a people, and then of course the flagship did raise also an important point, an important issue for me, which is this thing I'm talking about, looking at it in a more broadly. Now, because you have to ask yourself, with all that, with all the pleadings, all the efforts people have made, these people from the eastern part of the country, and not only that, even Afenifere and the other well-meaning Nigerians have, interceded, asked for a political solution to this whole thing. But the federal government, hell-bent, insistent. You ask yourself, really, are these people, they still acting with their senses? Do they know what they're doing? Are they self-determining? Or, in other words, the question I'm asking is this: is Nigeria sovereign? I mean, do we have a country? I doubt we do. And therefore, if this is the position we find ourselves, okay. Now, Nnamdi has a British passport.
Sorry, let me ask you this question so you can you can wave it in. Mr. Exetera, okay, whatever. Mr. X is saying that Igbos are never meek, and that is we are a 40th generation because we are not humble people. We are not meek. So in other words, we should be hand in cap, begging everybody for our lives.
No, not at all. I mean, there's no, no. I mean, that suggestion is, I mean, why should anybody suggest that? So, as I said, for him as an individual, as a person, he, thank God, he has has not lost his mojo. He's still courageous, and then with clear mind. So. Now, but the question to me is this: really, with all these things, and we are watching it, looking at it as a people, what kind of country is this? What kind of place is this? Okay, so the Nigerian government, if they if they understand, if they are self-aware, what exactly are they doing? Okay, so of course, we know the crisis all over the country. And then holding this man, the thing that is their priority. Okay, spending money and any kind of political legitimacy and goodwill, just to keep one man, keep a person. They're not gonna keep him forever, and expecting him to renounce what he believes in again is silly. So that's the question I'm asking. These people, do they really understand? Are you sure they're acting by themselves, or that they're not being controlled? This is the question, because that is the way I look at it, because it doesn't make sense at all.
Thank you so much. Yes, Awabam, I see you, but you are going to come after the two more people. Then you come in. Mr. Chim, Chim, I'm trying to frame your question, but it's been said that no. Now let me put it this way. You see, when I saw the outburst of Nnamdi Kanu in court, my mind told me that's the one reason why they don't like you, the Igbo people. You fear nothing, even in the presence of danger or people who you are supposed to be subservient to. You still want to express yourself and hit your hand on your chest. Is that not a very bad way? And you're expecting the Nigerian government to have mercy on you. What do you say? Because I've heard that argument many times. Some of my friends before this program started, they said they didn't like the way he was talking in court. Mr. Chim, do you like the way he spoke in court?
Okay, so I know where you're coming from with that question, but the point is he has his right to express himself. Yes, you may not like his mannerisms. That's a different thing altogether, but he's speaking about his rights. And he was sufficiently offended at the way the judicial proceedings were going about. First and foremost, the judge on the day had already recused herself earlier. So I don't know anywhere in the world where a judge recuses him or herself from a case, and then you keep sending the thing back to the same person. For any right-thinking person, you would obviously see that there is a game plan somewhere. So we can deal with the issue of Nnamdi Kanu's mannerisms, and then deal with the issue of justice being dispensed fairly and appropriately as should be. You live in the United States, you do know that even when somebody is a terrorist and is properly identified as a terrorist, they don't necessarily go out wanting to maim and kill the person. The first intention is to capture the person. That's why sometimes, even if when the person has an injury, they take the person to the hospital to treat him so that he can come and face the law. And if the law eventually is passed against the person and the sentencing requires death, then they will execute the person. But first and foremost, they will preserve the person's life. Ditto people who are armed robbers. You don't go killing them. You capture them. Even when they are injured, you send them to the hospital. So I think the problem with us as Nigerians, it's a mindset. Every time I say this, people think I don't know what I'm saying. We are not a people who abide by the law. We only scream about that law when it affects us. Even somebody who is going through a judicial process right now doesn't like the way the judiciary is going. I can bet you if the person is in a position to be responsible for dispensing justice, the person will not do the right thing. So anybody who is arguing about Nnamdi Kanu's mannerisms as a reason why he's being kept is just being jaundiced in their interpretation of anything. He has a right to scream. If there's anywhere in the law that says he shouldn't scream or shout, then they should pick him on that issue. But right now, he was being judged for something separately, and the justice is not being dispersed. Now, I digress a little bit on this issue of Igbophobia and the Igbo question in Nigeria. All over the world, there are separatist movements everywhere, including in the country where I live, including in the UK where forefathers and a lot of people live. There are separatists. It all depends. The loudness of that separatist activity is a function of how the government and the institutions of governance are dealing with those issues. I'll give you an example. way before I came to Canada, we've all heard about Quebec. That's the French-speaking part of Canada that was agitating to leave. There have been referendums several times, which they didn't get the necessary number to go away. But it might surprise you to know that the current Prime Minister of Canada, comes from Quebec. Justin Trudeau is a Quebecois. His father before him, Quebec. As a matter of fact, Canada has produced 23 prime ministers. Of the 23 prime ministers, 9 of them have been from Quebec. That's the province that is agitating to leave, but they're still always given opportunity to provide a prime minister. As I speak to you, there's a Quebecois party, the Separatist party. They are the 3rd largest party with a presence in the parliament. Trudeau is not a member of that party. He's a liberal. But the Quebecois party, when it comes to politics in Quebec, dominates that place and provides more members of parliament. And they have produced 9 prime ministers of Canada. So I think the problem with us as a people is our inability to be objective in anything we're doing. Nigeria has never provided, before we started having this shenanigans going on in Nigeria, I've said it here, we've had plebiscites, or is it referendums? That's how the northern Cameroon left Nigeria. But after that time, when you talk about these things, people say, no, let it happen. The man who just spoke and told us about UK, the Scottish were allowed to decide whether they want to leave, and there is still going to be an election. There's always, after a period of time, they will test it again to see are the people still willing to want to go. But you see, in Nigeria, we talk about the law, but we never apply that law. And that is the problem. And so that's where I want to leave the conversation for now. I think separate his mannerism, like I said, from the issues of the law. We can't mix both of them. They are 2 different issues altogether.
Thank you so much. And the issues of the law must be treated as the law. It's not based on who you know or what you know. Just rightly divide the word as it is written in your law book. Yeah, I'll bring the only man who is politician, and Ovie. I don't know which name now. Is on our politics today, or Ovie, or the other one?
As the spirit leads.
Okay, now Ovie, go ahead, please. Let us hear your own view.
Igbo kwenu.
Hey.
Biafra kwenu.
Hey.
Nnamdi Kanu kwezwenu.
Hey.
Our Nnamdi Kanu. Somebody said something. The person that spoke before, I think before Chim, said that either is the federal government, I mean the judiciary is being controlled. I laugh. The whole Nigeria is being controlled, so that's a cliche. Nigeria was, they don't give us independence in 1960. USAID was formed in 1961. Nigeria became a partner, a beneficiary of the USAID in 1962. So we are the first beneficiary. We are the highest beneficiary in terms of money coming to countries. Nigeria is the highest. And USAID specifically is supporting Nigerian judiciary through national for national for state courts, right? Now I'm stating this to also say that I could be wrong, but 90% of the Southeast is Catholic. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Why am I putting this statistic out there? To say that the West, the Empire, United States of America, they know everything more than we do. Their money is there. In other words, then you now ask, why has this still held in Nnamdi Kanu? That means that they support him being in prison. Again, you have to go back to what Dele Ogun said yesterday about narrative. That is even more important than whatever that you think that caused that narrative. So the narrative now against Kanu, I mean the consensus, because that's why both elites from both sides of the world are involved. So the consensus is that Nnamdi Kanu is a national security threat. Then again, you start breaking that. What is national security threat? If you won't go by the American standard of national security threat, right? Is that you have what it takes that you are waging war, invade the country from outside or from inside. Or the common thing is that where their food they come, where their economy interest they, you are a problem there. And in this case, that's what Nnamdi Kanu is. Right? Because unless there's no raw resources in the Southeast, right? Unless there's something extraordinary that are involved in making sure they are the way they are. That's why the West, the Catholic Church of God, everybody knows all the military points there. So all this thing, if it's happening broad daylight, no be spiritual, no be conspiracy, no be anything. It's a consensus. And the Oga at the top had to sign off that consensus, which is the United States. So that's what is Nnamdi Kanu problem at this point. He has earned it. Not be anybody then they classify like that. So his dilemma is beyond, as far as I'm concerned, the shows of those men just come out and say they accuse federal government, this government. If a big government comes safe, if the national consensus remain like that, he no go fit do anything. So our problem is also predicated on what? Freedom. Now only free people feel say we will take our destiny into our hand. So Nnamdi Kanu happened to be somebody that knows something that majority of us don't know, no secret. And maybe he doesn't want to play along. So making there. People would like to draw the correlation between him and Mandela, right? To the Biafrans, he's Mandela. That's what people don't understand, unless that dream never realized, right? And that's exactly Mandela, whether you like it or not, he has to realize they come. Make I agree to some kind things. If not, I no go come out. Because you cannot tell me a country that is being governed by themselves, but they have zero control of the world, the economy, which boils down to, again, the interests of the empire. They don't care about how you look, how sexy, how brave. Now, before they look your muscle to come work or your brain, it's of no use today. But since they have direct access to the control of resources, that's what matters. And anything we want stands in their way, no problem. So as far as I'm concerned, that's where the conversation is. So, and it's going to remain like that until something is done. I don't know what is going to be, but something have to give. And again, Nigeria is not unique in this situation, right? It's not unique. You look around the world. To Nigeria, use which country you use as an example? Great Britain, right? But you in your example, your statement, you said something that make me wonder. Say, you know, the year with you they talk that every region has their own legitimacy. They have their own sum of control. That's the difference between Great Britain and Nigeria. Our own region, we don't have control. The state never, the region don't have control. The state don't have control. The local government don't have control. And I guarantee you, if you're in Nigeria, you don't have control of your land that you bought and you build your house on top. If you can't lie, discover resources there and you want to explore them, then you know who get the house, who get the land. So when we are making this comparison, there's some things we should also put into consideration. Yes, Great Britain is a good model example, but all the islands and every other thing, they have some level of autonomy.
I think you misunderstand what I said. Do you know Nigerian states have more control than Scotland has over its affairs?
Please, what kind of control did the state have?
The states can explore anything they want. Most of the stuff that they can explore in Nigeria, their governors are immune to prosecution. Our state governors are immune from prosecution.
Hold on. I know they rush. You said the states have the power to explore every resources in their domain. Is that what you said?
The states can tax. They can pass laws in their states. Yeah, in Nigeria.
No, not pass. No, hold on. Not pass law. Can they explore the resources in their state? Because that's what matters. It's all about.
Oh yeah, you mean okay? Like fish. Now they can't get their fish. They can't get. They can't farm.
All of a sudden, you don't understand what resources means. All of a sudden,
I know what resources mean because hold on. I know what resources mean. No. Because if you want to go to that,
what I'm saying.
Hold on, calm down. You are talking about oil. If you are talking about oil, Scotland doesn't control its oil. Just in case you don't know that too.
two Nigeria, just I don't know why you did jump on this.
If you are talking about that resources, I'm talking about other things. But if you are talking about natural resources, Scotland doesn't control its own too.
Hold on now.
Just in case you didn't know.
Everything that I'm saying is not original to me. I am only repeating your words.
I was saying that Nigerian states have more power. They have just as much power as Scotland does.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
See, that's why I say this grammar, I go kill all of us. Right? Narrative.
Go ahead and make your point instead of making side points.
No, I am making my point. I never asked you to either respond or either. Just repeat what you said. Maybe now let me hear them. Right? Because that's the problem we have in Nigeria, right? Every resources is controlled by consensus. Now only when we they go buy interact for market, 9 be what capitalism, 9 be private market enterprise. But every other thing has to be based on consensus. And you are telling me about control. I live in America, you're talking about control. Every state, I know what it means state to control their resources, what private property means, because not only America practices that in the whole world. No
America
other country.
Do you know America takes more money from the states than Nigeria takes from the states? Do you know in percentage terms? Do you know that?
Okay.
Let's
move away. Let's move away.
I live in America. Okay.
No, we'll get.
It's not about me. No, it is my daily experience. I am telling issue of control.
I don't know why we don't answer straight questions.
Can you allow me make my point? When you reach your turn, you do your rebuttal.
Please allow
me. Move to Nigeria now. Move to Nigeria.
Come on.
Okay, go ahead. Over, you have 1 minute
now
to make your
only America gets the parties that right. Anybody can challenge me. Hey, property right, that is what sets the country apart from every other nation. Every other place, no individual have direct access to its own resources. Only America. So if you want to tell me about control, I understand what it means. So in Nigeria, we, even the whole federal government, don't have control over its own resources. And I put it to anyone that want to challenge me. We as a people, we have no control over our resources. So when we want to actually go down to where our problem is, it's beyond all this. We have to face it.
Thank you.
And there is going to be a cause.
Let's move.
Are we ready for that cause? Thank you, my brother.
Thank you. I appreciate your contribution. Our bank, you have heard the argument so far. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience also, Mr. Bob Chisco. I'll come to you. Our band, then I'll come to Bob Chisco. Thank you all for your patience. It's been a long discourse, and everybody has a good point to make. And then after this round, we'll bring it down to 3 minutes so everybody can speak faster and not work too long. Yes, please go ahead, sir, Mr. Awabam. You have had a discourse so far. How is it done in where you are? Is it the same thing that obtainable in Ghana?
Thank you so much, KG. Good evening to each and every one of you that is here today. I am speaking from my little beautiful city of Bolgatanga in Upper East Region, Ghana. And I am here to tell every Igbo man that is here that you are ashamed, they shame me. Time has passed when Igbo people speak Nigeria catches code. Today, you are being treated with absolute levity. You command no respect anymore. That is the reason why the whole Mazi Nnamdi Kanu there, without any of you making any sensible contribution or positive contribution that is going to bring him out. When you gather to sell your own son, your own uncle, your own brother, who were the people that started the proscription of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a terrorist? Who started it? Is it not the Southeast governors headed by Willie Obiano? Is it not the person that started? Go and check how many years, despite the United States declaring Boko Haram a terrorist group, did Nigeria proscribe Boko Haram? Do you know how many years it took them to proscribe Boko Haram? How many years has it taken Nigeria to proscribe armed Fulani terrorists that is categorized as number 3 terrorist group in the world? Have they proscribed them in Nigeria? But when it came to your own, the political Igbo elites, the only thing you know how to do best is to always become political correct. You want to be a patriotic Nigerian. You can just come out to proscribe your own person, sold your own brother to the slave masters. And they are holding him there. Today you are crying. Today you are talking. You don't supposed to talk because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has warned all of you not to beg for him. He has a reason for why he is there and suffering what he is suffering. I am here as the okene of all of you, the Igbo people that are here. Am I Namoches? Am I Nemoches? I don't know if that is because my mother is from Abia State. And I would like to speak the way I speak because I don't even care. Whether you insult me in comment section or not, I don't bloody care. Because you, the Igbo people, are traitors to one another. You sold him. How do you want a man that you sold to the enemy to love you? That is the same problem that you are having today. Politically, you are down there. Economically, you are vibrant. And they are doing everything now to engage you in economic jihadism, to bring you apart with the poverty level in the north. That is the reason why go and check how much you pay for duties for your imports. Who are the importers? Who are the importers? You cannot eat your cake and have it. You sold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. In as much as I have qualms with the Nigerian judicial criminal system, the corruption that is ongoing in that judiciary, I still have problem with you, the Igbo elites that sold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out to the enemy. They are dealing with him there. He is going to survive it. And majority of us that have sympathy and let me say, gene of Igbo people, when it comes, all of us will come to support, just like my Namoche Kenneth said. We will support them. Let nothing, we should pray that nothing should happen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in that prison. If anything happens to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in that prison, you will see the kind of war that you will see. It's not what you experienced 1967 to 1970. The world has advanced and the Igbos has advanced. All I know is that Igbos will never run when the cloud is gathering. It is only when the rain has drenched them that they will start running. And it is going to happen. Let something happen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And for me, I am very, very disappointed with each and every one of you, the Igbo political elites, most of the traditional leaders, and the religious leaders, and anybody that feels that is benefiting for the corrupt system that is Nigeria, the corrupt and the very, very dangerous and imbecilic system that you operate in that country. In Ghana here, we don't do that. In Ghana, we don't do that. We started by renaming ourselves. They called us Gold Coast. We came out, we renamed ourselves. We said, no, we cannot. And when we vote for people that we want to represent us. In Nigeria, as big as you are, the giant of Africa, you don't even have authority to vote the people that will lead you. Rather, they are being selected, and their mandate is what they are going to place on you. That is the kind of country that most of you support. But it's surprising that majority of you live in developed countries where blood not shed for those countries to become what they are, and you are enjoying from it today, where blood not shed for America to be where it is, UK and the rest of them. But in your own country, you prefer the illegality that is going on there. You prefer the human rights abuses that is going on there. You sit in those comfort areas and you continue to enjoy, and you begin to talk to your people. I'm hearing myself. Somebody's mic is on.
Forefathers, mute yourself, please.
Somebody's mic is on, please. Don't do that, forefather. I don't know whether you are doing it intentionally or you just want to make me look stupid here. But I'm not going to be cowed by that. What I'm trying to say is this. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will come out. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is going to come out, and Nigeria should be careful that nothing happens to him. We are all professionals in what we practice and what we know. Nothing must happen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And for you, the Igbo political elites, we know who you are, we know where you are, and we know what we can do to you when the time comes. That government that you are supporting today will never come to stand for you when we come after you. Let something happen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much for your contribution. I know that for those of us who are listening, is by no means advocating for violence, and we do not promote violence on this channel. He's simply saying that enough is enough. It is time for people to be reasonable and understand that sometimes you need to step backwards and see what you are doing. What you are doing to the nation of Nigeria. You're not only holding the Igbos down, you're also holding the nation from moving forward. A great idea can come from Zamfara. It can come from Brunei. It can come from Meduguri. It can come from, and that other people have said here, we are looking for a level playing ground, not necessarily leadership. Okay, if they seek geographical areas are given autonomous idea. If they're autonomous as they were during the creation of the federation, we will not be doing this discussion today. We're only having this discussion because it has not been fair on certain sections of this federation. And again, and I give example of America. When Elon Musk founded his company, he didn't go to South Africa to bring people to come and work for him. It's Americans that he employed. In the same vein, when anybody who brings up a brilliant idea that can create jobs in Nigeria, it's not going to go to his locality to bring people. It's going to serve the interests of Nigeria. So if we see ourselves as a country, then we'll think like one. If we're not seeing ourselves as a country, then let us find a way to sort ourselves out. On that faithful thing, I will come to you. Thank you so much, Bob Chisco, for waiting so patiently. And because you waited so patiently, we'll give you an ample opportunity to express yourself. You take up to 5 minutes. So go ahead and talk, sir. Yeah, unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. KJ, and every other panelist there. Thank you for also recognizing the fact that I have been patiently waiting. But I wanted to contribute to whatever little I have to,
Sorry,
do you have?
Hold on.
Do you have two earphones? Oh, you're not hearing me? Two sets.
Yeah, I'm hearing.
Yeah, I'm hearing. Okay. Let me see.
Yeah, put one, mute one.
Are you hearing me?
Better now, thank you.
Can you hear me now? Okay, yes. Maybe my headset is better. Yeah. Yeah, I thank my brother over there in Ghana for that erudite contribution he has made. I am an Igbo man. I'm from Umuahia State. I live in Wisconsin, and I just got back home from Nigeria last week. In fact, no Igbo man wants to bring down Nigeria, but the Nigerian government has vowed to bring an Igbo man down in this enclave called Nigeria. I flew from Chicago to Atlanta to Lagos. Every year I go home, I ask myself, why can't I have a direct flight that will take me from America to Enugu International Airport? How many people have asked themselves that question? Why have federal government of Nigeria not designated Enugu Airport as a rare and authentic international airport? Hadi Sirika wasted 8 years under Buhari saying he's upgrading Enugu International Airport. But hardly do you see any plane flying from Europe or America to Enugu. You must land in Abuja or Lagos before you. Could you imagine? I flew from Lagos to Enugu 460,000 naira. 460,000 naira. The previous year, I paid 60,000 naira. 60,000 naira. You can imagine the difference. Because of what? Everybody now wants to fly than flying the road because of insecurity in Nigeria.
Like your phone
by the way.
Your phone is ringing.
Huh?
Your phone ringing.
No.
Okay, someone's phone is ringing. Please, whoever's phone is ringing, put it off. Go ahead.
My phone is not ringing.
Go ahead.
So whoever goes to Equity Mosque come to equity with clean hands. Nigerian government have not dealt with Igbos with clean hands since independence and ever since the war ended. They have refused to come to the Igbos with clean hands. And this is the cries of the Igbo man, that the way you deal with other sections of this country, why can't you deal with the Igbos like manner? What are the prayers of Nnamdi Kanu? Say, give us seaport, give us airport, give us railway. The federal government, instead of doing the needful, they decided to be chasing shadows. Nnamdi Kanu have told them, if you want us to live in this country and enjoy our lives as Igbo people in this country, why not make it easier for our people who import their goods? And if an average Igbo man is, is a business person, when many of our people import their goods must batch in Lagos before coming down to the east. Why don't you give us good roads? Why don't you give us airports so that we'll be able to fly from whatever part of the world we are to the southeast? These are part of the prayers of Nnamdi Kanu. But instead of trying to solve this problem, they are all hell-bent on trying to clamp him down because he's agitating for freedom of his people. Since if you don't want to give us what you want, if you don't want us to belong to this part of the country called Nigeria, why not let us go our separate ways? Simple. That is his only crime he has committed. The next thing, they don't like the way he's agitated because he's a freedom fighter. Was that not the reason why the Supreme Court even told the court and the federal government of Nigeria that you are biased against this man? In the first place, going to Kenya to adopt him, to kidnap him back to Nigeria, that was the first error you made because it is against the international law of justice. You going from your country to another country to kidnap someone and you bring him back to your country to try him in a court. That is why no court, and Nnamdi Kanu have consistently said it, no court can try him in Nigeria. Yes, Supreme Court validated it. No court can try him in Nigeria, and that is the reason you saw the outburst in the court on Monday. So many people are criticizing him for such an outburst. Why would he be belittling and shouting down on Justice Bintanyako? I pity that woman. That woman, deep down in the inner recesses of her heart, that woman would want to hands off that case. She did when she recused herself. And she was forced to come back again. On the same case, she has recused herself. And that was the reason Nnamdi Kanu was telling her, you cannot come back to the case you have already recused yourself. Why are you coming? What are you coming to do again? So it is obvious these people want to nail Nnamdi Kanu. This guy, the court has not found him guilty. Why are you head-bent on criminalizing this guy to the extent of trying to level terrorism against him? You bring up this charge, it is squashed tomorrow. You keep on going back and forth, amending charges against him. The federal government of Nigeria should do the needful. We have continued to beg Nigerians. It is our right. Treat us the way you treat other sections of this country. We cannot be second-class citizens. In the country, you want us to call our own. In the country, you don't want to see Igbos go out of Nigeria, but you don't want to treat Igbos as part and parcel of this particular entity called Nigeria. So, my brother, let me leave it that way.
Thank you so much.
Until the next
Thank you
section.
so much
Thank
for your
you.
patience, Bob Chisco. You have made a lot of useful contribution. When you went to
Thank
the
you.
East, how was the feelings in the East? When you went to the East for you just coming back, how did you
Yeah.
find the people and the East generally?
My brother, well, home is sweet. Home is sweet. Despite the fact that our people are facing so many challenges, there's hunger in the land, there's no money available, and whoever tries to go home, you must be adequately prepared before going home. Otherwise, you will be in Nigeria calling your friends in America or any part of the world to send you money. Yeah,
Okay.
I knew what I could sustain myself with, and I stayed 1 month, and I was able to come back. If not, Nigeria, you say, if you have 1 million in your pocket, you're thinking it was those days when 1 million could be anything for you. My brother, 1 million cannot sustain you for 1 week in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. All right,
Yeah, bye.
Mr. Tony, you're welcome again. I will hear you, then I will hear Mr. Ike. And I also have behind the stage, I brought him in. Yeah, Mr. Etc. You have plenty to say, and so we're going to have to discuss with you at a very higher level, because you must have come with something you're about to tell us now. Sorry, Mr. Oti, if you don't mind, let me hit at Etc. because he has been speaking so much behind the stage. What's your fresh view that you're bringing on stage right now?
Well, so this is the thing, right? I'm a prison abolitionist, right? I don't believe Nnamdi Kanu should be should be locked up for 5 years without any charges brought against him, right? But with that said, right, a lot of us here are not being honest. That's the thing. We're not being honest. The reason why there's insecurity in the East, the reason why there's militarization in the East is because of IPOB, the secessionist group. You know what I mean? And it's militant secessionist group that's armed, an armed militant secessionist group. If it happens in any other region, the government will respond similarly, right? Requesting for the government to build infrastructures, build airports, it's a legit request. It's something that the government that we elect, all the governors in the region can advocate. They have power. They can speak with the federal government and say, hey, we need these projects done in the region. And also, Chim mentioned the secessionist party in Quebec, right? How come IPOB doesn't have a political party? I've stated here a few times. Why can't they go through a political party route? They can have a political party. They can run for governorship since they are popular. They can elect their members to govern all the states in the East, in the Southeast, in our region. Why can't they do that so they can use the revenues to use their revenues to actualize what they want to actualize? Build good roads, build airports. They can do that. Why are they not going through that route? Why are they going through the militant route? Why are they, the Quebec secessionist group don't have any arms group? Do they have arms group? Are they fighting with the government over there? So I don't know why you're comparing both of them. It's not the same thing. IPOB should have gone through that route. There's a better way to do this. Instead of agitating trying to fight the government that has more military might than you. You can't beat the government. The government have support, from foreign government. You can't beat the federal government, period. There are better ways to do this. Let's be honest here. When Nnamdi Kanu came out, you guys think none of us, people like me, are not aware of it. Like I knew when he came out. I even knew before he started agitating for Biafra. He was fine with Jonathan's government until Jonathan lost the election. That's where the whole agitation started. First, it was ethnic bigotry. He was saying a lot of crazy stuff about all the other ethnic groups like the Yoruba. He was faultily generalizing. That's why I'm on the comment section. Anyone that makes faulty generalization and says something about Igbo people this, Igbo, all Igbo people that, I'm like, that's faulty. You don't know every Igbo people. None of us. I don't even know a lot of Igbo people. I don't know every Igbo people in the world. And there are people out there with their own opinions that are different from all of us. Not all of us believe in the IPOB, the whole secessionist thing, or the way they're going about it. I'm not against the whole having Biafra, but there are better ways to go about it. There are better ways to form a secessionist group. You can, like I said, you can go through a political party, which is very easy. You can form a political party, win the elections, win the local government elections, and run that region and do all the good things that you want to do. Why can't they do that?
Okay.
There's something suspicious about the whole movement.
Can I answer that for you?
You
see, for me, when you're dealing with someone like me, because of the how far this thing have gone, some of us have gone a bit deeper. Now, before now, one of the accusations against the Igbos is that we don't play at the center. If you don't play at the center, you don't play. You're not like you don't play. You don't have a winning. You don't play. You're not a team player. Yeah,
I understand.
You don't shake hand across the Niger. I want to let you know how long Igbos have been shaking hand across the Niger. When the first election was conducted in Nigeria, neither the Age Action Group or the Northern People's Congress could win a straight majority. Ezekiel could have joined forces with Yoruba, with Awolowo to form party. But he said to his friend Awolowo, let us not make the North think that we don't want them to be part of Nigeria. So he defaulted to forming government in that order. That's one. Secondly, in 1983, when again election was conducted, MPN, at that time I was already reading newspaper, I mean, MPN could not form the government also. And that was when the judiciary started manipulating things, because if you go to the history, you find out the famous ruling of the chief judge at that time, which was how something became 2/3 and all that. I don't have all that detail now. But again, Nnamdi Azikiwe said, you know what? Let them not think that the South is against the North. Let us form government. That is how MPP and MPN form government. Because we, the Igbos, have always been constantly thinking of how to repair and help
They call it Accord Concordia.
Thank you. Now, having said that, you said something about the IPOB forming a party. I don't know if you remember anybody called Odumegwu Ojukwu.
Of course I do.
You know him. Oh, very good. Now, he also came down. Odumegwu Ojukwu is referred by every Igbo man and joined the MPN. Okay, after being persuaded by the MPN. You know what they did to him? He couldn't win a senatorial seat. I'm telling you history now, because sometimes we seem to put these things aside. And then at that time, I was still a young boy. I have heard my father talk about him very well. I was in primary school, and I asked my father, why is it that this man you have been telling me about, who you people revere so much, couldn't win a simple... And he just told me that you don't know what you're talking about. How can't he win? It is the manipulation of the North. So they made sure he lost. He lost woefully. Okay? That is how he decided to... Even the party he formed now, which is ABGA. How well is he doing?
So hold on. If you form a political party in the Southeast, right?
Hold on, coming, sir.
Who are going to be the voters? Who are going to be the voters? Aren't Igbo people the voters?
I'm coming now, bros.
Go ahead.
You see, the formation of political parties are also monitored by the government. You don't just get up like other nations, some other places. Once you decide to form a nation, you become a party. There, you have to be registered. It has to go through vetting process by the federal government. So if you get up now and form your party, no matter how big you are, and we say we're not going to register you, there's nothing you can do. You will not be part of the system. Or if we register you and say you are not able to contest election, we will equally take you out. Now, I'm just trying to let you know how complex the whole situation is. Now, apart from that, you said the armed struggle. The IPOB don't have any armed struggle. If you said, like you said, you've been following IPOB, the time that IPOB started talking about armed struggle, when Nnamdi Kanu said that there's going to be terrorism coming up, and those people are going to come to their intention is to come to the east, and they're hiding in the forest. And so he said the IPOB group are going to base themselves in the forest. That if you want to live in the east, live in the city. If we see you in the bush, we know that you're a terrorist. So let us follow things as they are, because I followed it. You see, because I'm on this broadcast, I'm coming.
What about the group called what about the ESN? What's the ESN?
Hold on. That's what
Sorry,
I'm talking about.
KJ, please, I would like to make a comment, please, if you don't mind, because he mentioned my name and he distorted some facts. So please.
Okay.
I didn't understand the facts.
All right. If you just allow me, you see, my brother, I have a full dossier of how it happened from 2015 till date. I'm not talking that I have a full dossier, including videos. The reason why I've not placed some of these videos here is because they are not the Facebook. YouTube may not permit it because it's very gory. So that's the reason. So we were not just out of the blue discussing this thing. It has a history. But today we said to narrow down to what just happened in the court. The only reason why I brought this in, because some people earlier on were saying certain things on the internet and the comment section I didn't want to argue with. But however, let me not put forward my idea. Let me allow other people to express this. Chim, you want to say something before etc.
Yeah. Two things. Number one is so I think sometimes some of us behave as if or act as though others don't understand what's happening in Nigeria. Someone is telling me about registering a political party. there is nowhere in the world people register political parties. If a group of people come up and say they want to form a party and contest, the system allows them to do that. It is only in Nigeria we do the concept of registering political parties. You don't register anybody that says they want to be a party and join the discourse. The Libertarian Party or all those people who come out and say they want to run as independents, nobody goes registering them. If they garner enough votes, then the system allows them. But in Nigeria, we had a culture over time where, because of the military, they started registering parties and streamlining it to 3, 4, 5. Now we have an over-bloated level of political parties in Nigeria, not because the government suddenly changed. By the way, it was Chief Gani Fawemi that won that case, for those who know. But the government of the day and the system now realized they could also use it. So they registered all these behemoths of parties, and then some of them now use those small parties to accomplish their goals secretly. There is no way IPOB would go to register themselves as a party and the federal government of Nigeria will lie it. Let's be clear about that. It's not going to happen. That's one. Now, two, on the issue of someone says Quebec that does not have armed struggle and all those things. I haven't researched it very well, so I'm not going to say what I don't know. What I do know is that when you say IPOB has an armed struggle process, that's incorrect.
They have an armed group called ECN, for the record.
What I do not like is when you spoke here, I was mute 100% from start to finish, and I allowed you say all you wanted to say before I responded. So please, let's have decorum. So now when you say that IPOB suddenly, you make it look as if IPOB just woke up and picked up guns and started shooting. People have forgotten that there was Operation Python Dance that stirred up a lot of things. People were going about their agitations, they march on the streets, carry flags, and then you suddenly said you were going to go and do Python dance. From Python dancing, you went to someone's home, ransacked it. That's what led to Nnamdi Kanu running away the first time and escaping to the UK. People seem to forget this. We're not all daft. We know how the guy was there, going to court from Umuahia, dealing with everything, and then suddenly the military, without provocation, went to his father's house, created mayhem, apparently tried to kill him. He escaped. It was after that time that he now started having all these struggles, sit at home, and insisting that things be done in a terrible way, which also got hijacked, by the way. And then we don't even know who is doing it anymore, whether it is the IPOB. Now, you mentioned ECN. ECN was supposed to be the Eastern security network, just like Amoteku. That was what it was supposed to be doing. But guess what? As with everything Nigeria, because it was in the East, the federal government found it convenient to make that unsuccessful, while the one in the Southwest is successful, at least largely to an extent. So I think when we come here to make conversations, for me personally, like I have said, I might not agree with all of Nnamdi Kanu's methodologies, but I am not going to come here and on a clear objective level where you know that he hasn't done anything wrong, then I'll crucify him just for the sake of crucifying him and looking good to the rest of Nigeria. No, I'm not going to do that. The guy, if you find that there's anything wrong with him, if he has breached any Nigerian law, take him to court, let the process go. If the judiciary says this guy is not guilty, then let him go. The judiciary is supposed to be the final arbiter. But where you take him to that same judiciary, and you don't even want to listen to the outcome of the cases, that it means you have an ulterior motive, and which is what is playing out. And every rational human being, even Afenifere, the same people Nnamdi Kanu has abused, there are decent men in that Afenifere who are able to rise beyond his provocative statements to say, yes, we know he may have said this about your rapper, but you know what? At the end of the day, he's entitled to be able to do what? Agitate. We don't see any law he has broken. Let this man go free. I listened to one Yoruba elderly man who said, Gerard, he said, listen, come on, leave this guy alone to go. Don't come and tell me he abused people or not abused. Yes, even he has abused my ethnic group. I hear that. But guess what? I'm able to rise past those his provocative statements to understand the core of what he's pursuing. I know that he might say one or two unpleasant things, but I'm focusing on the key issues. And this guy is not guilty of anything. The courts have found him not guilty. Let him go. So don't come here and start telling me.
Are you aware that I don't know why you say these things that you say? Like one, the elections, you register in some countries. The UK, you are required to register. Australia, maybe the US, you are not, but you are
Oh,
required to
you
register
know, US, you register in every state.
at
There is a
state level, yeah.
requirement.
And also, the thing that you said that he didn't do anything wrong, did you see the video where he was actually advocating real violence against other ethnic groups in Nigeria? Did you actually see it? Or you just don't know?
Forefathers, the last time I checked, you're not a lawyer, one. You're not a judge, two.
No, I'm asking you now. But when you are not a lawyer, why you say he did nothing wrong? You're not a lawyer.
Because the court has found him guilty.
The courts in Nigeria said the guy has done nothing wrong. They didn't say
the court found because of the way they collected him.
But
that is the issue.
The court. You are not the court.
But you are not the court too. Why you say he did nothing wrong? He did nothing wrong is different from the court saying you should release him because of the way you captured this guy.
Okay, Mr. Forefathers, I repeat again, you are not the court. The court.
Neither are you, so you shouldn't be passing judgment. You are not the court. Why are you passing judgment?
I'm not passing judgment. I'm speaking based on what the court has said. I'm not saying anything outside of the court. I'm not.
The court didn't say he did nothing wrong.
Not final. I said the court
did not say he did nothing wrong. The court did not say that.
Hasn't found him guilty. The court said release him. If the court says release somebody,
the court says you should release him. That is true, but the court did not say he has done nothing wrong. That is where you are wrong.
If the court says he has released him, what are you arguing again about?
That is because the court, just because the court says he should release doesn't mean the court says he has done nothing wrong. There are two different things.
Fathers, you're contradicting yourself. You took somebody to court, and the court says release this person
because of technicalities.
Okay. I don't understand what we're talking about anymore.
Technicality is part of law, but hold on. I want to play a video. This was Nnamdi Kanu before all this shenanigans started. Okay? I hope I got the right video.
That can stop Biafra from coming. I think I'm even the brother. You get to make a memory. It's a memory. It's a memory. I'm the Jew. I'm a Biafra. I'm a Biafra. If you are not Biafra, only you ndị ebe pụrụ nọ na Benue a ga-agbapụta anyị ule na
Okay, that was Nnamdi Kanu before all this started. What you see, what I just simply did here was to show you the size of crowd that he commanded. That is in Ebonyi State. That's not even in Umuahia.
Yeah, therefore he should form a political party and use that.
Hold on, man. You keep going about this political party.
They just want to create chaos. They will pretend as if they care, but they just want to create chaos. When they tell them to form party, they don't want to. Let him prove his popularity. Then you are just showing the video. Let him prove his popularity. Let him run for election. And you don't want him to do that.
He likes the popularity, run for election in all the states.
Just want chaos.
Politically. Capture the states politically and then use the resources to actualize what you want to actualize.
Okay, do you want to hear me or you want to keep running with your own idea? Now, I just told you the process of forming a political party. And the reason why I spoke about Obasanjo here is to let you, I said Obasanjo go for, I talked about
Ojukwu, is because I want you to understand that when you put yourself through that process, then you are subject to receiving whatever result they give you at the end of the day. And it does not matter how popular you may be amongst your people. And I can go down the memory lane and let you know many people who have lost elections despite the fact that they are favorite of their people. And it will not stop. It's not going to stop.
Man, you know this is just disingenuous what you are saying. Political parties, the reason why any political party today will lose any election if they actually won it is because their officials betrayed them. If people are so loyal to this thing, Nnamdi Kanu, they will not betray him. So what is your excuse now?
Now what for you?
Stop doing that. Why are we so dishonest?
You see, I'm trying to hold myself, because if I was a
panelist, you are being dishonest. You know that political parties candidate members are the ones that betray the party, because if they are in that polling station and they want to do their job, you cannot cheat that party. And if people supporting Nnamdi Kanu, nobody can cheat his party.
Listen, there's something called the
I want to ask you a question.
We have a constitution, right?
Hold on. I'm
Section 40.
Hold on, Mr. Etc. Control. Forefather, is that what happened in River State? How come River State didn't go to Labour Party?
Labour Party is not as popular, it's not as powerful as Wike, but Nnamdi Kanu, from what you are saying, is powerful, isn't it?
Hold on. Was it Wike that wrote out the results in River State?
If you want to say that, yes. If you ask me,
he did write the result and then called it.
Personally, I believe that there was election malpractice, not in Port Harcourt, but in the other areas where he has control over it.
Read section 40 of the Nigerian Constitution, 1999. It stipulates how you can form a political party. There is no. It's pretty simple. That is section 40 of the 1999 Constitution.
A member of your party has to betray you for you to lose an election you are supposed to win,
etc. The reason why we're discussing this thing today is because that your so-called section 40 or whatever you're calling does not exist. If it does exist, Nnamdi Kanu, who is not a lawyer, will not be teaching a judge what is in the rule, the judicial conduct.
But KJ, do you understand that? Do you agree? I agree. Sorry, let me just get this through to KJ. KJ, let me get this through to you. Do you understand?
I agree with you on that. There's a
hold on. Let me
wait. There's a miscarriage of justice. We agree with that. I agree. That was my first statement here. There's a miscarriage of justice. I agree with that. He shouldn't be in jail for 5 years without any without being sentenced. I agree with that.
Okay,
that part.
let me deal with that part. Okay, KJ, do you agree that for you to lose a party you are supposed to win in any election in Nigeria, your party members have to betray you?
That's a lie.
How? Because they are present at the polling station when people are voting. They are right there. When they are taking pictures, are writing everything.
The fact that you're even bringing up this issue shows that clearly you admit that Nigeria is a horrible place.
Why are you dodging the point? Go straight to the point I made.
Should an election where people come in, vote, you have the umpires representative, and you have your different parties watching, and then they finish voting, and the umpires representative whose call it is to bring out those ballots, count them, and record it, should the person not be recording the correct thing? Why should you be falling back? No, hold on, forefathers. I'm going to allow you to talk, but I'm taking you on what you say.
Don't go long. Go straight to the point.
Anything. There is an umpire's representative whose job it is to count the ballots and say,
in the presence of the other officials.
In the presence of everybody, yes.
Yes.
So why should we even be talking about manipulation in the first instance?
Because those party members are complicit. Because if they are doing their job, you cannot be cheated.
I wish you
could be talking about that at all.
Yes, I wish I can step back.
But you see, don't dodge the point. Don't dodge the point I'm making. The point is that I'm trying to tell you that if Nnamdi Kanu is popular as you say he is, and he's actually quite powerful as you say he is, his loyalists will never let that cheating happen, because they will be right there making sure every single
one last speaking of your whole. One last of it. In 1999, in AD, the action Congress, Action Alliance for Democracy, rather, came up with a policy. They said anywhere where they are conducting their primaries, if there is any hint of confusion in any part of Lagos State or anywhere, they will cancel the entire results of those areas. A certain man called Funshaw Williams was coasting to win that election in Lagos State. And you know what they did? They went to his stronghold and caused commotion and presented those evidence to the leadership of Afenifere and AD to say that, can you see there was confusion in the places where Funshaw Williams was leading? They went there and canceled everything. That's how Bola Tinubu became governor of Lagos State. So you see, that the point I'm trying to make is this. When people are intent on carrying out anything ingenious, they will, even if now they can go decide on that, they go to Umuahia and make sure no election holds in Umuahia.
I thought Nnamdi Kanu was a popular
what are you
one.
talking about?
Hold on, calm down. Are you trying to tell me if Nnamdi Kanu was remotely as popular as P2B in the Southeast, they are going to rig him out? Are you serious?
P2B won elections in Lagos State and they diluted it.
I'm talking about Southeast. Why don't you answer another question? Why don't you just answer the question that I asked?
P2B won election in Rivers State, and it was rigged.
I'm talking about the fact that I don't care about Rivers State. Nnamdi Kanu is very popular in the Southeast. Why does he not test it there?
You agreed to the fact that the election in Rivers State was rigged, and you are here encouraging Nnamdi Kanu to seek for election in Nigeria. Let me educate you, forefathers.
Hold on. Don't do that.
Nnamdi Kanu says that he has no business with Nigeria. He has no business with Nigeria. Nnamdi Kanu is asking for compensation. He has no business with Nigeria. He's not talking about Nigeria with you. You are not advocating for Nigeria. Nnamdi Kanu is saying that to end Nigeria, Nnamdi Kanu is saying that Nigeria should come to an end. An expired country shouldn't exist. That's what Nnamdi Kanu is saying. He is saying that Nigeria has expired and never will exist again. He is saying that Nigeria should be dissolved so that everybody will go. That's what Nnamdi Kanu is saying. Stop asking him to go contest for election. He's very popular. He's more than popular. He's more popular than Tinubu. And he is saying that he has no business with Nigeria. That's what he asking for. Is for Biafra. Simple and short. Stop asking him to go contest election in Nigeria. Stop it. It's becoming too much.
You just like to deceive your people. You know people won the election in the Southeast.
Nigeria. That's what he's telling you.
In the Southeast?
Well, Southeast, I was encouraged by what I heard. Nobody told me. Two statements from the South. One by elderly people. No, South. Yes. Two statements from the South. One by elderly people. No, South. Yes, by elderly people. They said this time around there will be no access to sea. I'm sure you will understand what they mean. Again, the youth made the same statement. That encouraged me. So that IPOB is just like a dot in a circle. If they want to exist, they would have no access to anywhere.
Look at a clown.
And the way they are spread all over the country. having businesses, having property. I think IPOB doesn't know what they are talking about. In any case, we said we'll talk to them in the language they understand. We'll organize the police and the military to pursue them. South. Yes, by elderly. No, South. Yes, by elderly people. They said this time around there will be no access to sea.
Okay.
KJ, I beg, can I say something?
Yeah, hold on, sir.
Not just end this.
I'm sure you will understand what they mean. Again, the youth made the same statement. That encouraged me. So that IPOB is just like a dot in a circle. If they want to exist, they would have no access to anywhere. And the way they are spread all over the country, having businesses, having property, I think IPOB doesn't know what they are talking about. In any case, we said we'll talk to them in the language they understand. We'll organize the police and the military to pursue them. That's what we can do. And we will do it.
Okay.
How are we going to resolve the crisis in the Southeast?
Keep repeating it.
Okay.
Let me just say.
Let
me structure this argument.
Hold on.
Yeah, what did he say that was so special there?
So that, you organize military and police to pursue his.
No, KJ, let me go back.
Hey, man.
Let me just end this argument now, KJ.
I will take you
against
out.
IPOB.
I will take you out, please.
Ndibo, IPOB is Ndibo.
Hold on.
You don't know the meaning?
For me, I want to stay on the issue of forefathers and election. They
exactly.
Hold on.
In places like Plateau State, they diluted elections.
Hold on, no, Jim. Hold on, everybody. You see, I brought this video forward because I played it before, but I brought it forward so that you can have an understanding. That's the leader of the nation, and it tells you a particular group have nowhere to escape to, and we have done this before. And he got an assurance from the people, some elders and youths of South, that it's not going to be like before. What's before? 1966. This time, there will be there will be nobody remaining. I want you to understand what he's saying. Then
KJ, please, can I say something?
Hold on. No, hold on. I'm moderating this. Just hold on. At the end of the day, he says something. We are going to do what? Organize the police, the army, and probably other people to do what exactly is going on in the East.
So I didn't hear you say that there's not going to be anybody remaining. I didn't
oh
hear you
my
say
God. That. KJ, please, can I just put an end to this argument?
I was threatening genocide. I would like to hear that.
I don't know why you say these things before, Father. Even
no, I didn't hear it because it's the truth. I didn't hear it.
Hold on.
KJ, please, just give me 1 minute. Let me end this argument.
Maybe he said it. You can play it. Maybe
can I speak? KJ, let me just end this argument, please.
If you 1 minute.
Give my time. Give my time.
You don't have time. You use your time.
All right.
Give my time. I have time.
Go ahead.
See, when you are having a debate like this, it's good for you to assess your opponent so that it no be like see, they say if you fight with a mad person for street, people no go recognize who be mad person here. Where in the world that a country succeed by forming a political party? Where do you understand what these people are? Huh? Do you understand what these people are fighting for? It's freedom. For you to understand what it means to be free, you have to actually have the opportunity to live in a country that is actually free for you to understand. In this freaking world, every nation that dare to be free, now millions of deaths they result around. So I'll put it before. Nowhere in the world, group of people will say they want to succeed, they want to get freedom by forming a political party. It doesn't happen. So you can disagree or agree with the characters that are trading on that genesis all you want. It will not change
what over almost 3 million people die for. It's not about Nnamdi Kanu tactics or not. So if you don't understand this basic foundation, what's the point of going back and forth? Do you understand what political party is? It's a private entity. Anywhere in the world, the sole aim of a political party is to grab power or enact bills or change bills. That is the whole primary aim of forming a political party, not to succeed.
What's wrong with that, though?
We should start speaking English if we actually want to progress in this country. What's the argument here? You don't like the tactics, you like the tactics? You only use a court say made them free and based on technicality. Free him first, then you arrest him. Where are we arguing? If we are not to elevate the conversation so that people will benefit, if not us, forming a political party to succeed, that alone, when somebody say that, just look at when you finish, you move on to another thing. Because the basic you don't understand how nation state work.
The PAP of Singapore was formed, and they formed a nation from that.
Where did they succeed from?
From Malaysia.
With a political party?
Yes.
That's right. Yes.
You want me to read the name?
Okay, that destroys the whole argument. That's what it is.
So the truth of things, we have to be very concise about what we are talking about here.
To Niger, I want say it loud so that make everybody hear them. Say it loud.
That Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, they had a party that they used to secede from Malaysia. And remember, Malaysia was basically
hold on. Lee Kuan Yew form a political party to succeed as a country. That's what you are saying.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't say it formed the party to secede, but that party is the one he used to secede.
Now, do you just understand?
He did not want to secede. He was basically kicked out. Their country was basically kicked out from Malaysia. Lee Kuan Yew was not very keen on it, but he had to use that party to leave the part. The country.
Just listen to yourself.
If you want to push for a referendum, right? You
cannot find anywhere on record.
If you want to push for a referendum, you have to push referendum with the leaders.
That in human history, a country started by succeeding a political party. No any record in anywhere in history.
Eritrean People's Liberation Front. Even so, though they do have their military side, though, but they also have their.
Somebody on the comment section said that he advised that to stop taking forefathers serious, that he doesn't know anything. You should just stop talking.
They say that now because they don't like to hear the truth.
They say you don't know anything.
They have their own opinion. They don't want to hear the truth. That's their problem.
Because you have no truth to give. You are just hate. What feeling you just hate.
Hold on. Give me the name of the political party. Hold on. Let me take you serious for the last time in my life. Give me the name of the political party.
Don't take him serious. It's empty. Popular, it's empty.
No. Let me give him one chance. Give me the name of the political parties.
What are you talking about?
You said the country started by succeeded. The country is yet to be free. Hold on. Because I say make it not be say I they know where to talk. A country decided to be free by just peacefully forming a political party. Give me the name of those parties and the country.
That's right. That's how the Eastern Ukraine.
That's not how nations happen.
It's the Ukraine.
The party that
we are listening. We are observers now.
No. What you are saying, you are talking. I don't know what your point is.
You said they should go and form a political party. Whoever said that. That's why I said we should start having a whoever said they should go and form a political party.
Why are you running away from it?
No, it is your recommendation. You said if they want to be free, they should go and form a political party. That's why I say, come. Do you actually understand what you are saying?
That's not what I said. Actually, I was saying.
Or eccentric. You are eccentric. There's no difference. Either you are eccentric.
Defend yourself now.
There's no difference between you and eccentric.
Lie to yourselves.
No. Hold on. I am listen.
Defend your truth, forefathers.
Hold on.
Lie to them all you want.
Let me lie now. Let me finish my lie.
I never said anything about secession movement.
Can I
said
finish my life, please? Can I finish my life? Can I finish my life, please? Can I finish my life?
Chukuna malugo yo biadiocha.
Please.
So you want
All
the
right.
So
names?
going to
So
have his
now,
time to finish, please.
Can I finish my life, please?
listen.
Okay, can I have my
Hold
turn
on.
too? I've not even had my
Let
turn
me
for a long
finish
time.
my life now. I never finished my life.
Forefather, please
Okay.
hold on. Let's just hear that young girl's advice. Let us take it easy. All right. Okay. Go ahead, Ovia, and finish.
So, Eccentric said it. Tunanja supported him 100%. So, but there's no difference between the two of them. The kind of points they are making. So there's no difference. For you to be bringing a political party into people that want to be free, first you don't understand what freedom means. Because if you understand, you will not be taking about political party. So you
That's
don't
a
have to
loaded
say it
statement,
verbally
brother.
to support whoever that said it. So, but for the fact that you are not denying it, means that you know that it is a wrong foot in the first place. So please, the character can be judged as you want. Judge Samuel Ekpa, Judge Nnamdi Kanu, Judge the great the general. Don't also forget the almost 3 million people that died. Judge them too, because it's all the same thing.
That's not
Right?
true. Not because you said it.
It's not about truth or not truth.
Ovia,
There
ignore
was a
them. They are
civil war. What?
detractors.
Waiting and
Continue.
die for.
Ignore them.
What did the civil
Ignore
war for?
them.
Was it not for Biafra? Now for political party to be formed? Was the civil war formed because the South people want a political party to win election? I rest my case.
All right. Thank you so much. Forefather,
Thank
do you
you.
have a
You see,
response?
that's why I always
Hold
trust.
on.
I always trust you. Anytime, any moment. You teach them politics. They are learning.
You see the beauty
Forefather,
of
you
you
have
know
a
what?
response.
Pardon?
You have
Yeah,
1 minute.
yes.
1 minute.
Yeah. So the reason why I find it easy to talk is because I don't have to think, because the truth is out there. See, there are multiple political parties that have been formed and later on led to independence. From Singapore to, from what I can see, Bangladesh, Czechoslovakia, many of them
Give
have
me
been.
the political party name. I want to write it down so that I go do
Now,
research. I want to learn.
the
Give me the name of the political parties.
Awami League of Bangladesh, Awami League, that's one of them. The Link One U1 is People's Action Party, and that of South Sudan is People Liberation Movement. This Czech one is Civic Forum and Public Against Violence. That's literally their name.
Okay,
And modern
Singapore and Malaysia,
I want to move away from there right now.
Singapore and Malaysia.
And the Scottish National Party wanted to secede too, but they didn't succeed in terms of what they did.
Sorry,
But they founded
I
a
want to
party
move away.
to try to secede.
I want to hear Madam Luke's view.
KJ, can I speak? KJ, can I speak?
Hold on. You will speak. I want to hear Madam
You
Luke.
don't finish because I'm
KJ.
writing down. I'll come back with results. I'll come back with the
Singapore
results.
and Malaysia, uncle. The one you said here.
Don't do. Let us hear from Madam Luke, please. Where's Madam Luke? Madam Luke. Let's hear your view.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We're trying to see you too.
Very good. Let me adjust. Okay. I'm trying to look good for Pansat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, my people. You know, when it comes to Biafra, I'm very passionate about it. Extremely passionate about it. I only have one question. I think I see what the problem is here. People that did not grow up in Nigeria, they have no idea what it is to discuss this Nigerian problem. I'm not going to call names, but when you sit on the outside and you listen to some things people say, you are not only are you angry, you are highly offended. I say one thing here. We are now hearing that we have non-state actors who are sponsoring Boko Haram in Nigeria. And people are here talking about political parties. Do people understand the magnitude of this Igbo problem? Do people really understand the magnitude of this Igbo problem? So please, if you did not grow up in Nigeria, no offense, you need to remove your mouth from this matter. You really, really need to. And at least if one of your parents is not Igbo.
Are you Igbo? Are you Igbo? What are you talking about?
What is he saying? Nuisance.
Okay, etc. Please, don't say anything.
Nuisance, Lele.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. If you don't have at least one parent that was Igbo that can really school you, I'm not talking about people that you gave birth to in America that never even went to primary school.
Or the flavors.
Thank you. Listen to me. But I can go and point to my grandfather's grave in Nigeria with that the Biafran that the Nigerian army blew up in his bed. I can go and point to it. I can point to my uncles who survived Biafra. So I can authoritatively, have the authority to speak on this matter. If they gave birth to you as an anchor baby here in America, please don't even open your mouth on this panel to talk nonsense. I don't mean that as an insult. If they gave birth to you here and you didn't live in Nigeria, don't discuss Nigerian matters because it is more than it is. I'm telling you that people like Barack Obama, now we are hearing all these things. What chances do the Igbo have against international powers? And you're talking about political parties? So please, I just came here because I had to leave my bed to come here and school some people here that they have no business discussing Nigerian matters or Igbo matters. If you did not grow up there, you did not experience the hurt. How can somebody be blaming IPOB? Do you know what IPOB stands for? And then you have the Igbo, you have Boko Haram, and you are blaming IPOB. People who have been fighting for their rights. Are you trying to mistake the miscreants your Igbo governors are using to hold down the Igbo people in the Southeast? Is that what you're trying to do? Listen to me. If you cannot smell the roses or the coffee, and I'm going to call names, forefathers and ecclesiastics or what, I don't know what his name is. You need to just go and close your mouth somewhere because you don't know what you're talking about. It's not an insult.
You're not even really Igbo. You're not an Igbo. What are you talking about? You're not even Igbo.
Did you hear what I said? Maybe you're not. Maybe you don't have you have comprehension problem. My mama na Igbo. Okay, my uncles are Igbo. I'm an Edo, but my mother is Igbo. I'm more Igbo than Edo. So what are you talking about?
No, it must not be Igbo to be a Biafran now. Igbo are not only the Biafran.
You don't have to be a Igbo to be a Biafran.
You see, that's the thing.
They're talking about Biafra.
You don't have to be an Igbo to be a Biafran. Biafran is a movement, and it's
an ethno-nationalist movement.
It's just like saying, hold on.
You're not Igbo, man.
Hold on. It's just like saying you sympathize with gays, Palestinians, or you sympathize with the Congolese. You don't. You see, it's a movement. It's something you identify with. I don't know how else to educate you. But to surprise you, I am half Igbo. I'm sorry. My mom is Igbo. Half of my cousins are Igbos because all my adult men married Igbo ladies. So that is why it is very, very personal to me. I have uncles who
Are you Igbo anchor baby? Is that what you are? Igbo anchor baby?
No, I'm a naturalized citizen, so how can I be an anchor baby? Are you illiterate or something?
He is.
Isn't that what you call me? Right? Isn't that what you call me? You call me an anchor baby.
Ecclesiastics to bust your bubble. Honey, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Where is your hospital that you were born in Nigeria? Did you attend primary school in Nigeria? Did you attend secondary school in Nigeria? Did you attend university in Nigeria? Did you do your youth service in Nigeria?
Oh no.
I'm beating my chest. I did all. Where did you come from? Anchor baby like you. Anchor baby again. I'll arrest my case.
God bless you. God bless you, Jared.
Thank you so much. All right, hold on. Mr. Hold
You
on.
didn't caution her. She was insulting people. It's not fair because if others
Exactly.
do that,
Exactly. She called me an
Hold
anchor baby. She's
on.
an
You are
evil
the one
anchor
that is
baby.
insulting people.
Hold on. Okay,
I never insulted anybody.
I take responsibility, and I apologize if you feel insulted. Now, I want to move very far away because we're rounding up. We have gone past our time, but I wanted Fofana to have enough time to explain whatever he feels like. I'm coming to you. I can see you.
You've not given me time. I've been here for a very long time. Me.
Okay, hold on, sir. I will give you time too. And Tony also has not spoken for a long time. So please, but let me go to the new guy who just came in. And yes, sir, go ahead. Introduce yourself to us and then make your point.
Thank you. Ezoku Bundo. That is my name.
Well, how do all the
Thank
new
you.
people just come and have a say? Because at that age, we'll never
I
get
want
10.
to talk about the political aspect of it that the forefather brought. Please, sir, I think you need to change that name first. And why I say so is that this political party you are talking about, it is wrong for what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and those IPOB agitators or members stand for. Number one, the most worst one is that those that grow up in Nigeria travel out, go to America or Europe, and see how life is. Yet, they support the evil that are going on in Nigeria. Everything that the government brought is what is good. Then anybody that said the truth that the government is against, you as a youth, you also against that thing. It is very wrong. They use this political aspect to useless Ojuku because the idea was let him use a political idea to gain power in order to get the Biafra at end. But we all know how Nigeria system is. That red color is black in Nigeria, while white color is black in Nigeria. And somebody that knows these things already, somebody that have already have knowledge about the mistake of the past ones, you are expecting him to go into the same system so that they can useless him the way they useless the previous past ones. I don't know when you are saying this thing. I don't know if you're thinking or you're even reasoning about what has happened, because the Nigeria problem I'm talking about have been for decades, and somebody is fighting for liberation of everybody. Not just only the Igbo. Is fighting for the British system, because what the British implemented is what is working in Nigeria. But you still bring idea that you should go back there. Why the government are putting in the people that killing people, the people that are kidnapping, they are putting them into military, Nigerian military and Nigeria police. You cannot talk about that. The people that carries flag and they were protecting in peace is what we agree that they're terrorists, as the government later tagged them. The invasion is nothing to you. The justice that Nigerian government are using, everybody know this thing, even before Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said it on last court previous hearing, right? You even see it as a right thing that Nigeria as a country should be using a blackmail justice to judge somebody that are fighting for the freedom and liberation of people. You don't see that as what is wrong. What you only see wrong is that why must people want to come up for Nigeria? Why must Igbo people talk? Anything like that is good for you, but anything that is truth is not good to you. So how can the Nigeria work with this type of mentality? Like I said earlier, to end up with my discussion, those who grow up in Nigeria and travel out to Europe and America are the most useless one. Thank you, sir.
That's faulty generalization, man. You can't
Yes,
do that.
when you
Thank
grow
you
up
so
in
much.
Nigeria,
Hold on
you
now.
went to America, you went to Europe, you see how life is. Yet you don't want the life that you're enjoying here to be there where you come from. You support the evil are going there. Who are you? Are you not an evil person by
That's why
supporting an evil?
we send a lot of
All
money
right,
back
thank you.
home.
You have made your point. Etc. Please don't. It's not this thing now. We control the thing so that it can be orderly. Don't you like the way everybody's talking? Allow them. If you come to your turn, if whatever you want to say, you say it with your own time. Please. Okay. Having said that, yes, can I go ahead
Yeah,
and
just a minute and I will go. You
okay.
see, I intended to ask a centric question, but I think my gorgeous sister, Madam Luke, already dealt with part of it. The question that I intended to ask him was to ask if he knows what a flefu is. In Igbo, where I come from, they say if you behave in a certain way, they will call you, they will refer to you as a fulelo matulobo. Do you understand? So I wanted to know if he knows what that is, but it's
Not
okay.
from
I don't have to
not from
stress
your
on
part of
that.
Igbo. I don't know what that means. I'm not
Yeah,
from your
yeah.
part of Igbo.
It further confirms that your Igbo-ness should be questioned. And then my thing is, Nnamdi Kanu has been a one person that has been championing for the unity of Nigeria. And I don't know how old the likes of forefathers and this eccentric were then, because I know Nnamdi Kanu senior them very, very well. He's not a young guy. But Nnamdi Kanu was on the street of London, UK somewhere, fighting for good governance in Nigeria. And I think a lot of us here, we are still in kindergarten then. So fighting for true governance. And then it happens that such call wasn't coming forth. He tried his best, asking Nigeria to bring down governance to Southeast. They refused. Build seaports to the Southeast, for the Southeast, bring international airport, they all refuse. Somebody on the comment section was saying that, oh, if federal government refuse to give you international airport and all that and seaport, why can't you build it yourself? And I asked the person, the federal government will still deny them license. And I think there was where I got him, and he could not further argue with me again. They refused to build such infrastructure in the Southeast. And then when our people tried to build one for ourselves, they will still deny them license. So what is the essence of wasting such money building such infrastructure that at the end of the day would not be licensed? And a clean example to that is the Enugu International Airport, that is not fully international airport, and the Anambra State Airport that has not been fully licensed to fly internationally. So we have been trying to do something better for our people, but the federal government deliberately continue to truncate it. And I think that is one thing the likes of forefathers need to be educated on. See, Nnamdi Kanu has come to a stage where he say, you know what, I'm done with this country. I want to go. I want our people to go. And Nnamdi Kanu is a mouthpiece of Igbo, whether you like it or not. He is not speaking for Nigeria. He has no business with Nigeria anymore. Just like myself, I have no business with Nigeria. You don't come and tell me that I have to speak for Nigeria or I should get into a political party in order to make sense. What sense are you going to make with any political party? The last speaker said it here that they will want to push you into forming a political party to render you politically useless and irrelevant. And thank God, Nnamdi Kanu was that smart to refuse to take that offer. And you are angry with that. See, we need serious education on this. Maybe not education, because some people are just wicked. Some people are just devil incarnate. They just refuse to be educated. They refuse to accept the truth. They are all bent on pouring out their hatred and envy against Indibo. And if you find yourself in that kind of position, I'm sorry, it's a pathetic place to be. You have to relieve yourself of this hate and envy. And if you're one of the Igbo Efulefus, sorry, I am not the cause of your problem. It happens that the people that raise you fail to educate you to live a better life, to think like a normal human being. Like me, as one for Igbo that I am, my parents, they did well in educating me, telling me where I come from, showing me my identity, making sure that I don't deviate from where I should, and which is Igbo-ness, Igbo dinobala. See, it's not something that you just all of a sudden pick on the street. It's innate, it's in you. It is not something that you learn from school. If you only when you
All
speak,
right.
you will know. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Kenneth. And
Am
yes,
I
yes,
to have my time? This interjection is more than 3 minutes. I have not even had my 3 minutes that you said you were going to be doing again. When are we going to have my time?
okay. No, we are
No,
now.
not was an interjection. No, it wasn't an interjection. It was my time.
It was not an interjection. It was his time.
Yeah, how did he manage to come in front again?
Okay. So you want to take your own now, or you want to wait for father?
I will take my own. No,
Okay.
what is I have to grab it. And,
Sorry, forefathers, if I may, I thought you said it is Tony. Tony had been waiting patiently.
Sorry.
It's not Tony. I think, Oga Ike, you do this a lot. Don't do that. It's not his turn. I spoke before this in. I spoke before
It
Tony
is
the
my
last time.
turn. It is my turn. It is my turn. You
Let
guys
us
have been
speak before Tony.
speaking,
I can go back to the
and I
video
just
and
be
check
quiet.
it. And
Okay.
It's
if
my
that is not
turn.
true,
KJ knows that.
Tony, go ahead. Tony, go ahead.
Please, you are a moderator, so please relax. Thank you. All right, Tony, go ahead. You are supposed to have spoken all this while. I have kept you behind. Sorry. Go ahead, sir.
No, it's okay. It's okay. There are so many issues that have been spoken to. I don't even know which one. But in fairness to forefathers, there's something that forefathers said that I think we probably are not understanding, even though he has not quite.
Who are just harassing you just now?
Yes. Hold on. Yes, I will.
Okay.
No, hold on. I will Yeah, I will come back. This is just an aside. If you look at, I think what Forefathers is trying to say, maybe probably he didn't put it very clearly. If you look at Sahrawi Democratic African Republic, that is in Western Sahara, who have been fighting for independence for their country, which that portion of land was initially occupied by Spain. And then when Spain left, there was a battle between Algeria and Morocco, as to who would govern and so on and so forth. But now it's being recognized by some countries as, a country, Sahrawi Democratic Republic. But you see, what I'm trying to say is that the people in trying to struggle for independence, they rallied around a party. They rallied around, a political party that helped to champion and fight for their independence. I think that's part of what Forefathers is trying to say, but that's not the formula. It don't always follow that, if you want to gain independence or you want to succeed, then it must be a political party. That's what I understand from what he's trying to say. So I think he probably didn't frame what he's saying. He talked about South Sudan. South Sudan was an armed struggle, just like the ANC. Started by John Garang, and later on there were splinter groups and so on. John Garang died, through mysterious means, and then Lama Kor and some other people took over, and then eventually we got the independence. But it's not right to say that if you want to negotiate for secession, then you must channel it through a political party. I don't think that there's a formula like that. People lead, a leader can come and lead. But having said that, I just want to correct one or two things that Uvie said, and that is in connection with when he was talking about the first time he spoke, he was talking about U.S. Aid. And he did say, and I just want to put this on record and we can check it, that Nigeria is the highest recipient of U.S. aid in the world. I think that's wrong. Nigeria is one of the 10, but it's not the highest, not even the highest in Africa. So we can check that, And then lastly, KJ made a very interesting comparison that I think I need to highlight when he was talking about, the usual accord, the political structure from independence, the way power, alignments have, were carried out. And I think he did say that usually the East would always align with the North, and both of them had some sort of accord, to rule, whereas the Yorubas were, more shy of going to the center. They were, let us hold our own. But if you look at later developments, you see that political alignment, which formed the basis for seizing political power at the center between the Igbo and the North, fizzled out because you now had, after Zik and Mbadiwe and O and Mbonojik and all those big political juggernauts from the East. Today, if you look, you would not seem to see anybody in that caliber who can stand and talk for the Igbo people. You don't seem to see them. Maybe the closest probably be Obi. Now, so what you have had is a splinter group, PPP, which was championed by Ojikalo, and then you have the ABGA, and so on. At the time that you had you had this political, when the Igbos were aligning with the North, you had MPP, for instance, when you had the MPN days. MPP was influential. He had influence in Benue, Plateau. He had influence even up to Northeast, because I remember that one of Zeke's friends, Kashim Ibrahim, was a very close associate of Zeke. If you go to Surulere, you had Adeniro Ogunsanya, Oluwakin Fosile. In the Northeast again, you had Wazir Ibrahim and so on. In Ijesha land, you also have, for a while, you had the Zikist movement, very, very influential there. But suddenly you found out that alliance, the Igbos couldn't sustain the alliance, and the whole thing reverts. You now have the Yorubas moving to the center and aligning with the North. So the Igbos lost out. So I think that, first of all, one of the problems that the Igbos have had is that the loss of that alliance, where political power, and sharing political power, gravitated towards, the East and the North. Now, how they lost that association and that accord, is what baffles me. Then, if you look internally within Igbo land, I think we must tell ourselves the truth that in terms of defending the rights of the Igbos, our leaders in the Southeast have not done well. And so if you want to fix the problem that you have in the East, they say in Igbo that it's in your house, it's from your house that you be good. The Igbo people have not been good from their houses. They have not. The Yoruba say kokorotonje for RF follower. The insect that is eating vegetable is in his body. That is why, Yoruba say what makes the Igbo smell is in his body.
Mr. Tony, who are the Igbo leaders?
In their body.
Who are the Igbo leaders?
Yes. They must remove, hold on, let me finish. They must remove that smell, that stench that is in their body. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. They have to deal with that thing first. Deal with the issue within themselves. Even when Obi was contesting, a lot of them refused to support him. I saw some Igbo leaders who were standing against Obi. They stood against him. How can you do that kind of a thing? As if Obi is representing his own personal interest. And then you want power. You want to grab power. But somebody is making a move. Instead of you to rally around and support him. I agree that a lot of people, and I'm not trying to reduce Obi to an ethnic thing, but he represented a pan-Nigerian idea. And I would expect, thank God for Anambra State, they came fully in support. I would expect that, having seen all the problems that they have gone through, Ojukwu has gone through, Zik has gone through, and how political power has been denied them, how they've been marginalized all over the years. And that's no contention, because they have been marginalized. Now you have someone who is trying to sell an agenda and to push it. And then you have people within the system, within that same enclave, who are trying to run him down, even up to today. That's a shame. We must talk to ourselves. It's a big shame.
Thank you so much for your conclusion. I understand and appreciate it. I am one person who have always been very interested in politics and political moves. So I have quite a good understanding of what is going on in Nigeria. I want to let you know something, sir, that there is no country in the world where all the people support one person, not even in Israel, where their life is almost at their hand in the next 1 minute. They still have people who oppose the leadership of their government and their parties. who don't agree. In fact, who even agree more with the Palestinians than agreeing with Israel. Having said that, I also want to say that there is the government of Obasanjo was actually supported by the Igbos. When Obasanjo came into government, his people didn't vote for him. His people weren't in support. They were supporting Olufalaye. Okay? But the Igbos came out en masse to vote for him. So we are not that kind of people. We are more of Republicans, and we're continually going to be Republicans in our understanding and approach, because our worldview is simply this, and I have said it many times in this forum. The Igbo man's worldview is Egbeberu, Ugoeberu. Let the kite perch, let the eagle also perch. Let everybody have a fair share of whatever is available. That's where the Igbo man stands. He doesn't want it to be given to him alone. Another doesn't want to dominate you in any which way. That's why if you go to most of these places where in the north, where the Igbos people run their businesses, they don't bother you with your culture. The day you put in your culture, they don't come and tell you, no, this cannot be done. They don't bother with your chieftaincy titles, except the ones you invite them to. They are just concerned that you exist. And at the time they want to celebrate their own, every December, they go to their home, they do whatever they want to do, and they come back for business. Until we understand it that way, we'll keep making that same mistake. We will never be in one party, all the Igbos in one party. Nobody in Nigeria has been in one party, okay? And even at that, if you look very well, you find out that it is even the Igbos that have reached out, and like you have said, the Solomon Last of this world, the Balarabe Rimis of this world, the Abakar Rimi of this world, Abakar, what's his name now? Who is late now? All of them are northerners. Paul Nongus of this world. These are T people. These are northerners who were in MPP as a party. So we have always made that broad approach, as more than other people have made to us, to try to be one. But every advancement we made, it seemed to be taken on a different way. So on this same project, now I'm going to say my next topic on this issue is going to be understanding the apprehensions, what drives the fear among the minority groups in the Southeast and the South when it comes to the Biafran question. We will discuss that. So I'm putting it across so that those of you who already have what is making you be afraid of these Igbo people, because there's always that term, these Igbo people. Let us discuss, and maybe from there we can find a way to either douse it or tell you the reason why the Igbos are behaving the way they behave. But I want to let you know something. The Igbo man will never be afraid in the face of danger. He will never, I repeat again, never, because that is who we are. So it's not going to be any time that you see even if you are going, Nnamdi Kanu come to court and say, I've come now to beg. That thing they're asking for, they're never going to see it. You're never going to go there and say, okay, today I've said to lay my head before you people can cut it. No. They will prefer going down fighting. So having said that, I don't want to digress too much, but bear in mind so that you can begin to arrange for that. So when we have this topic, we can discuss it extensively. Forefather, I want you to take this thing last, so that because you're a moderator, you have more time. Let me go to Mr. Ike.
Oh, you're just trying. He's rigging. Look at how he's rigging the thing. Come on, don't do that. Yeah, okay. It's not nice.
Okay, take your time. All right, you have your 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
See, I don't know why we try to whitewash things. And I heard you say that they were, even with the Buhari stuff, that you were saying that he was going to wipe out the Igbo people. That's not what he said. I watched the video again now. I didn't hear him say anything about wiping out the Igbo people. And even yesterday or 2 days ago, I was having a conversation with another Southeasterner, and I told them that this comment.
Sorry, can you pause there? I want to play that video again. You see,
yes, please.
I don't like this kind of thing.
Please play it.
Okay.
I think IPOB doesn't know what they are talking about.
To resolve the crisis in the Southeast.
Well, Southeast, sometimes
like
I was encouraged by what I heard. Nobody told me. two statements from the South. One by elderly people. No, South. Yes, by elderly people. They said this time around there will be no access to sea.
Okay, what did he say? What did he say?
Access to sea.
There will be no what?
Access to sea.
Okay, there will be no access to sea.
He repeated it again. Go ahead. You will see that he repeated it again.
Relax.
I'm sure you will understand what they mean. Again, the youth made the same statement. That encouraged me. So that's IPOB.
So the youth made which statement did the youth make?
Wait now. To keep playing, he's going to elaborate on what he's talking
about. It's just like a dot in a circle. If they want to exist, they would have no access to anywhere.
That's exactly what he's talking about.
And the way they are spread all over the country, having businesses, having property, I think IPOB doesn't know what they are talking about. In any case, we say we'll talk to them in the language they understand.
What does that mean?
IPOB. You remember, you see, I don't know why we lack comprehension. He literally called IPOB, and he was going to talk to IPOB the way they understand.
Has he spoken to IPOB before?
Forefather, you think Buhari is smart enough to disassociate IPOB from Igbo? I mean, if you look at the general statement, he's literally talk about the whole Igbo.
No.
First of all, what did he mean with that statement?
All he knows is, you see, you are just making stuff up now. He could easily say Southeast. He could easily say they.
They got to look at
the term IPOB specifically.
Yes, exactly. And in his mind, IPOB and Igbo are similar. There's no difference.
He's not intelligent, but he knows enough to use the term IPOB, and you just qualify the IPOB to all Igbo people now.
Based on other statements,
he doesn't have Igbo people on his cabinet.
He's saying that he's saying there won't be any access to the seas because he's talking about a war, a conflict, an ethnic. Okay, so
if they want conflict, that's what he's saying. If they want conflict,
I don't understand. Okay, let's go ahead.
If there's a civil war,
stop it, man. I don't know why we are so emotional about stuff. What he said there, like now, it's just been revealed that he didn't say that they're going to wipe. No.
Don't explain to us.
No. I will explain it because he didn't say.
We'll organize the police and the military to pursue them.
They want to shut people up.
That's what we can do.
He said something about properties, owning properties in different regions. Who is he talking about? IPOB don't own properties in different regions in Nigeria. IPOB does not own properties. He's talking about.
I think IPOB doesn't know what they are talking about.
Thank you so much for
he literally called IPOB.
Yeah, but he mentioned properties that they own properties everywhere. Who is he talking about?
God. We all say this all the time.
He said
this all the time.
He said they own properties everywhere. That they don't know what they're talking about. So he's basically who owns properties? Do you believe the IPOB members own properties?
No, South. Yes, by elderly people. They said this time around there will be no access to sea. I'm sure you will understand what they mean. Again, the youth made the same statement. That encouraged me. So that IPOB is just like a dot in a circle. If they want to exist, they would have no access to anywhere. And the way they are spread all over the country, having businesses, having property.
Having property?
I think IPOB doesn't know what they are talking about.
You see,
in any case,
are spread all over the country. He's talking about Igbo
talk to them in the language they understand. We'll organize the police and the military to pursue them.
Hold on.
I said you can calm down. You are jumping too much. We all make clumsy statements like that all the time. See.
Hold on, forefather. Hold on. I'm moderating here, please. Hold on. I want you guys, even if you didn't hear any other thing, let us listen to this last part of it. Even if you didn't hear anything, but let's listen to this last part.
Businesses, having property. I think IPOB doesn't know what they are talking about. In any case, we said we'll talk to them in the language they understand. We'll organize the police and the military to pursue them. That's what we can do. And we will do it.
So what's the ambiguity in this statement, please? Forefather, teach me. I want to understand.
There's no ambiguity there. Your understanding is just flawed. That is the issue.
Well, who own properties? Does IPOB own properties in all regions of
know, hold on, calm down. Can
Yeah,
we just calm down? It's supposed to be my time even.
Okay, go
Can
ahead.
we just calm down? First, you said that they were saying they were going to wipe out Igbo people. That is not the case. That one is fallen aside.
He's talking about civil war. Civil war.
Oh, come on, calm down. So then now you are saying that they are saying that he's going to go after Southeasterners. You see, when somebody says something, you have to not just only go by what they are saying, you go by what surrounds them. This same person has a lot of Igbo people around him that are his friends even.
He's a bigot.
Can you stop? Can you just stop? He has all those people around him. And you are saying that as a president of Nigeria, where he has probably senior military officers working with him, maybe even a Sorok there, he is talking about going after Igbo people. Are you serious? Is he the one making mistake, or are you something's wrong with you? He didn't say that. He literally mentioned his name whenever he's mentioning IPOB. Then when he's talking about the people, he's referring to the fact that the people IPOB is claiming to be fighting for are all over the country. How is that even confusing?
Kai, Fofana, don't let me lose my temper in this thing.
Lose your temper. Let's hear it. Because you asserted that they are going to wipe out Igbo people, which was false. Then and the other day, somebody was telling me that he was saying that the Southeast was small. I told him that is not what he said. He said the Southeast won't have access to the sea. That's what I understood it to mean. And now this video has confirmed it again. I think there's something, the way we listen to stuff, we lack comprehension. I don't understand it. We watch the same thing and we hear different things completely. Because you're already biased. You're already paranoid.
Wow.
And I can understand the paranoia because of history. But I'm telling you, as somebody that is dispassionate about this thing, that is not what he's saying. He's not saying he's going to attack all Igbo people. He doesn't. That's crazy.
Okay, thank you. That may be this thing. Let us move on.
That's crazy now.
So if the government is fighting Boko Haram, right, will they make a statement like, well, the Northerners have properties everywhere? You know, if we're going to fight them, where are they going to go? Like, he's not separating IPOB from the rest of the Igbo, because when he said they own properties everywhere,
not there in the north.
The data he was talking about are Igbo people, not the IPOBs, when he said they own properties everywhere. So what he's saying is he's associating
I can't believe you two are falling for that.
What are you talking about?
So
it's a spoken word. It's not a written statement. It's not a
hold on now. After he will say that he will attack Southeastern.
Finish. It's not a written statement. It's a spoken word. Therefore, you have to analyze his statement in general. You don't have to pick apart what he said. Yeah, yes, he mentioned IPOB, yes. But when he said, but they own properties everywhere,
then he turned back and said IPOB again.
What are you talking about?
No. After he said that, then he came back again and used the name. When he was talking about going after them, he said IPOB.
Because in his mind, IPOB and Igbo are similar. There's no difference.
Because he's crazy. You see,
based on the
President of Nigeria is crazy. Doesn't know the difference.
Based on the fact that he mentioned the ownership of properties in all the regions of people.
Oh my God.
Does IPOB own properties in every region in Nigeria? Like, what are you talking about?
Think again.
Okay.
Think about the person you are talking about, the people that surround him, his senators and all of it. Think again about what you are saying. Whether it makes sense.
That's non sequitur.
Okay. All right.
It's like saying I have. It's like a white person. It's like a white person saying I have black friends.
Listen. I just need 2 minutes. 2 minutes of the time.
It's like a white person saying I have black friends.
Hold on,
Hold on, guys. Listen. It's not enough to sweat about. Listen, forefathers. If there is anybody that's delusional here, it is you. You are very out of touch.
Why do the people like to?
All right, listen to me. Listen.
You are not edifying yourself by starting with insults.
The man said, "Listen to you. You are pissing everybody off." I'm using very strong language.
I'm being factual,
which I usually don't do. You're not factual.
Okay. Actually, you do. You just went around the background.
The man said he's going to go after IPOB. IPOB equals Igbos in his dictionary.
He comes here to insult me, and you are okay with it.
IPOB equals Igbos in his dictionary.
Exactly.
IPOB does not own properties in Sokoto, Kanu, Kaduna, and everywhere else there. It's Igbos that's everywhere. You and I know that. The man is talking about Igbo people.
That's right.
And who tells you he gives a damn about Igbo senators, Igbo members that are his cabinet? He said he will do it, and he did it. Today, you and I are talking about the military folks that are stationed almost every turn and corner in Igbo land. And they are doing what he said he will do. What is there that is out of the ordinary that you can understand?
Shame on you. Shame on you.
You are so delusional. I don't know why this conversation is being had with you. It is very, very out of disrespectful to the Igbo people that have been suffering this marginalization, killings, and oppression every day. And the man said it clear. It is audible. You are hearing it, and you're giving him a different explanation. His statements are clear. You don't need any interpretation. IPOB is Igbo in his dictionary.
That's right. That's why he mentioned the properties. That's why he mentioned the properties. Like IPOB doesn't own properties anywhere. Like, I mean,
this is absurd.
That's
I don't see why you defend such.
Yeah, he's wrong now. Doesn't mean that he's wrong.
The folks that are ravaging Nigeria today, nobody's saying anything about them. The people from the north that are causing the problems, nobody's saying anything about them. They are everywhere. But all of a sudden, Igbo people are a dot on a circle that cannot run anywhere should he decide to do anything. And he did it. And you're talking about that's not what he meant? Come on, man. Come off it.
All right.
My apologies.
Thank you. Thank you. Forefather, you have a right to respond, but I don't want you to be rowdy. So I'm going to first take...
No, listen now. In a moderator, let him finish the program now. Let him be the last person to finish. I said I can say whatever I want.
Let me ask you
so that I can say whatever I want.
Yes, go ahead, sir. So say your own. So you don't have to say everything you want to say. So you don't have to interrupt anybody again.
Okay, exactly. Okay, let me say that.
Who took over that out? Sorry.
Wait. Look up, hold on. Okay, you're not a century.
Who took over that out?
You're not century cast. Calm down, bro.
I took him out. I'm the one moderating. I took him out.
No,
don't tell me that. I don't. No, please don't go there.
You shouldn't have.
No, but maybe this should not be the conversation now. What has happened has happened. You don't take a mark. Can we move on?
I don't know why I think I shouldn't have. Help me to moderate it.
No, for next time. It's not nice. Trust me, it's not nice. Next time.
Okay, it's not nice. Let's move on. It has happened. It don't happen now.
Yeah, so
it's not
Buhari's statement is very bigoted, right? It's very bigoted. Like, it was very clear. You know, when he talks about their own properties everywhere, he's comparing IPOB with the rest of the Igbo. That's pretty wrong. And talking about they're gonna the South youths going to prevent them from using the sea route or whatever. That's crazy. Talk from a leader, you know, from a president of a country. That was terrible. That was bad. I agree with Forefather on other points, but this one, man, listen, you have to be very analytical. Like, you know what I mean? Because it's a spoken word. He didn't write it down, so he didn't take his time to think about it. But I mean, clearly you can see, you can hear his mind. He's trying to be smart by saying IPOB, but then the rest of the statement shows that he is associating IPOB with the rest of the Igbo, and I don't like that. People that make comments when they say Igbo people are meek, Igbo people are this and that. Don't generalize. You know what I mean? We all have a difference of opinion. You know what I mean? We have difference in morality. Just for the fact that I'm Igbo doesn't mean that I agree with everyone that's Igbo on the panel. I don't agree with I don't agree with Luke, whatever her name is. I don't agree with her. She's Igbo, she's half Igbo, but I don't agree with her. It doesn't mean anything. Politically, we don't have to share the same ideology. I don't share political ideology with a lot of people here. I'm a socialist, right? And I'm Igbo. It's fine. You know, there are differences. There are different Igbo people with different opinion. You're not going to say, okay, just for the fact that a certain group is doing something, you know, you're going to indict the whole group of people. That's wrong, right? And when it comes to the issue of political party, the reason why you want a political party is when you capture the power in the region, you can use the political leaders to push for cessation. And that's more legit because that's what they did in the Eastern Ukrainians before they did the cessation. It is their leaders of all their region, the Bakhmut regions, whatever names that they have in those regions, the leaders, the governors of that region are the ones that conducted the referendum, right? Same thing with Crimea. It was the leaders in Crimea. The leadership class, what they did was they contacted Russia and say, hey, we want to conduct this. And they contacted United Nations. And that made it legitimate because it's the leaders of that region. That's why if IPOB capture East, right? This is why there's a problem. You know, the governors don't agree with IPOB. You know, so there's a power conflict between the leadership class in the eastern region, the governors, and IPOB, because they feel like that these guys are trying to usurp their power. But if IPOB run politically and depose them, IPOB can that would legitimize their movement. They can have a political group, right? But they can still have other group. You know, they can do their agitation in different ways, but politically, it will give them like legitimacy. That's
thank you so much, and I appreciate your contribution.
KJ, you can put me in the backstage, please.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your contribution, especially the last part. You know, for today. But here is what I want to let you know. Even if the whole political parties, whole political people, political representative of the Southeast, all of them put together and vote in one direction, they will still not be able to move the needle forward. Even if the whole of the senators and House of Rep people in the Southeast join together with the South and vote in one cause, they still not be able to make a change. That's how bad it is right now. But let's move on. Mr. Ike, yeah, your last contribution, sir, for today. Mr. Ike, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, sir.
I think that for you to have played this video, it reminded me when the first time he made this comment, the way I felt. And it's a kind of, you know, bringing back the anger and the frustration I had the first day I listened to the interview. And for anybody that is in this platform that is trying to deny or paint or trying to make me to understand that they are more intelligent than myself and every other person about what the former president said, is really very sad. Remember the first thing he said. The journalist asked him, he said, no, he was not told that he had from the elders and from the youth. This time, they would deny them the sea. There will be no access to the sea. Right? And also, they have properties everywhere. So they're going to use the military and the police to go after them. It is sad that somebody is trying to teach me or interpret the language or whatever. But that is one thing I always know about this life. For whatever a man sows is what he's going to reap. The word has made me to understand. The word of God has made me to understand that man will always reap what he sows. It might not be now. It might be tomorrow. It might be next tomorrow. But one thing is sure. For whatever a man sows, he will reap. But there is something else I know. In as much as none of us can be able to add one piece of hair in our heads, there is something that is bigger than every one of us that is here tonight. But for people to continue to deny the fact, what the people of the Eastern Nigeria is going through, I cannot change anybody. We all have different what we believe in. But at the end of the day, there is a day of reckoning for every one of us, for whatever we do, whatever we do in this life. As long as we are alive, you know. So I'm proud to be an Igbo man. If I die 1 million times in this world, I will continue to be an Igbo man. And nothing changes. It doesn't matter what any other person feels about me being an Igbo man, what anybody feels about an Igbo man. I will forever remain an Igbo man. Like KJ made something. We are fearless people. Igbo man is a fearless animal. You know, so don't worry. It's coming. Don't worry. Everybody's gonna test it. It's not just the Igbos. You know. I wish all of us the best of the week. God bless you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your contribution. I'll move to Oti right away.
I really, so this is a kind of rounding off the discussion for tonight. Is that what's going on?
Yes, sir. We have already shut up past our
Right.
time.
Okay. Look, you know, I'm not a good talker, really. The only thing I would say is this. You know, there's I don't know, a gentleman, a guy called Stanley Diamond. He was anthropologist. You know, so he. I believe he's the one that said that in Biafra, Africa died, or you know. So the thing is this: okay, when you know, Biafra, independence, self-determination, struggle for freedom, all these things, it's not really. Let's not see it as it's an Igbo thing. It's all of us as Black people, you know, Africans, living in whatever space we find ourselves, you know, which is for the most part not of our making, you know, because I mean the nations that occupy the space called Nigeria, well, at least one can certainly say present day contemporary Nigerians, you know, is not of our making. So really, we just have to make a start. We have not started now because we can pretend all we want. That's self-reflection, self-awareness, and coming to grips with our lives. You know, we have to be in a position. We have to be able to decide our destinies. We have to come together, sit around, decide how to go forward. It's not by force. Unity, you know, unity is not a given. It's not by force. People have to decide and know what the kind of future they want to pursue for themselves and their children, and you know, born and yet to be born. So as it is, we have to be honest. You know, I think I always keep on. There's no point talking about having, you know, grand ideas about political whatever, geopolitics, talking about all these things. They're meaningless if there's simple basics for me, which is honesty, sincerity. You know, we have to be able to tell ourselves the truth and also tell the truth to each other. You know, I mean, you see, I hate to, you know, point at anybody, you know, but for fathers, with what happened today, the intervention by flagship, it's out of character for him. But sometimes just have a bit of self-reflection, you know, like, because you are addressing the public, people are listening to you. You just have to take on board. I mean, people are not just doing it for. I don't know how you know, even sleep sometimes, you know, sleep at night, or you know, so when you say things,
you don't have to make it personal, though. You don't have to.
Oh, come on, man! You have spoken now. Allow him to do his.
No, that's what I'm saying. I hate to do it, but I'm just saying. You know, I'm saying this out of, you know, out of love, if you like. So because these conversations we're having, they're quite serious. I don't come here to waste my time or play around. You know, we're discussing important things, and at least the simple, that's sincerity, honesty. You know, sincerity of purpose. We have to bring it to these discussions. We're not kids. Are you with me? So you just calling you see something that is black, then calling it white. So how can we make any progress on that basis? So that's what I'm saying. I plead with you. Sometimes just have some self-reflection. Listen to people. Listen to what people are saying. That's the only thing I can say. Look, I say again, looking at Nigeria with what is going on, you know, with the shamelessness, you know, the judiciary and an important arm of government, and even the executive or the legislature, what is going on? We're not serious. We're not started. No, why should anybody take us seriously? We're not independent. We don't have a country. We're not sovereign. What are we talking about? When are we going to make a start? I mean, we have to be serious. So,
All right.
think about it.
Thank you so much. You have made a very valid point, and I appreciate your conclusion. I hope that some of us can go back after this and replay this again and listen to your view and think about what you have contributed. Yeah, Ovie, my good brother, go ahead, sir.
I came back because I promised I will have to. I promised my brother tonight that I will give me a benefit of doubt, just leading to round once. Because after he talks, he no need to think about this is there. Then that just ended for me. I mean, you don't read, you don't think. That's not healthy for our society. Let's just put it there. But a while ago, we they argue about the North, the Fulani. They are not educated. They are educated. They no need that. But how come some people who live in a place whereby the native language is what the way they struggle till they communicate, still cannot understand that native language from somebody who is not educated? It's just beyond me. And that Buhari started. Let's forget the fact that he's the number one citizen, he's the president, right? We hold him high standard, even though I like presidents where I go feel relate to, where they lie like me, steal like me, fight like me, carry women like me, and all that kind of shit. That's my kind of president I like, right? So I can relate with him. But the man started responding to that question by saying some elders from the north, from the south, elders from the south, not elder from the southeast. That's one, comma. He continued by saying youth. Well, Nigeria youth, Southside youth, Arewa youth, we don't know. That make him to bring him to that conclusion, a dot in the cycle. Now, for a sitting president to be using what British people call a figure of speech or metaphor, that's why I say I don't understand why British people don't understand when people they speak, but it also embedded in reading. If the one advantage of reading that you understand how the society works, but how people interact and the style of communication, right? But he did not stop there. He said, we will teach them the language they understand. This is a veteran of civil war in the talker. I will teach them the language they understand. Even if they don't understand, he understands because he was part and parcel of the struggle. If not struggle, we won't call him. But as a sitting president, he further said, I will mobilize the police, the military, to teach them their lesson. My brother, that was how military and police were mobilized against the same people. So when a man of that stature in that position is talking, it's beyond all this. You will interpret them loosely. So I can understand flagship frustration because some things, and it's also boiled down to what Dele Ogun was celebrating, which I totally disagree with him that because USID is going through stress, then no. And I say the USID has already been replaced. It has been replaced by characters like this because these are the people they like to invest in, especially when they have a command of the slave master language. But it behooves me that this time around, the interpretation of what the Mr. President is totally missed. Even when people are trying to point that, because this is a conversation that dominated the airwave for months when this thing hit the airwave. But again, we are not here that time. We know the rate. It doesn't matter. But I promise to come back with receipts. Among all the countries that you mentioned that kick off their freedom with political party, I went straight to one, the one you like most to use Lincoln Yo, I be one Queen Yon, Singapore. But again, I think now lack of reading because you should understand that when Singapore get their independence from the British in 1959. That's when that political party it took off, just like me, Nigerian, NCNC, whatever. After they gained freedom from British, that's not the same. Now that in 1963 they joined force, they merged with Malaysia with 3 other entities. In the spirit of that mergeness, it was inculcated in that Malaysia agreement. Go do your research. That succession is allowed. Even before they joined that agreement, that party was already existing. Lee Kuan Yew was the secretary. But the most important thing there, they went into an agreement after they get freedom. And it was included in the agreement that there should be succession. And that's what enabled Singapore to leave. I am bringing that out because we also have the same agreement called the Constitution. Unless they put before I smoke my Igbo, say, you feel succeed, you feel do all those things. I don't know. So this is our history. No matter anybody want to color on, 1 to 3 million people that die. I can argue they allowed that to happen. I say they allowed that to happen because the idea said then we seek freedom, and maybe tomorrow it will metamorphose to every other part of the world. It's not acceptable. Go and read the history of Haiti, all these countries that you are mentioning. Yes, we are a social human. People came before us. What was the life they lived? Because the life we are living is what the next generation will also be beckoned on. So we should understand how our history are just 60 years. If you want to go back to it, no matter today. So no matter how one lazy rich to read, I am using those who read because I am once at the other side. And when that time when me say they see things the way some people they are not they read, you cannot convince me with my dogma. How you want to do them? But when you begin to go deep, you begin to say, okay, come on, this thing is all narrative, it's deeper than that. So I said this before a couple of weeks ago, and I'll say it again. It is because the Biafran people have something worth dying for. That's why they see it manifest in everything. If the Nigerian state actually believe in one Nigeria, this will not be the conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case.
Thank you so much, Javier. It was good listening to you. When we come here, let's not come believing that we know everything. Certain people have information that you probably never ever hear. Just open your mind and be ready to listen. Do like as a Christian, the Berean Christians, they come to listen to Paul and they take notes. When they go back, they bring out their book and they research into what Paul has said to find out whether it is the truth. That's what we should be doing because we have variety of people from different walks of life who have different ideas, different experiences that we all can benefit from, even as we continue to spend a little time here. Thank you so much. I appreciate that contribution. Yeah, and the next person will be... yeah, Tony.
I have spoken. You want me to speak again?
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Then they go back to.
Okay. Let me
just in case there's a live stream coming up in about 30 minutes or so, just so you know.
By the way, Ovi did not disprove Forefathers' take though on that political party thing. Everything he said did not disprove what Forefathers said.
Okay.
Neither did he say, and everybody missed it. Neither did
hold on.
Wipe everybody
do you understand what I said about Singapore?
It is very clear. You made your point.
They come together as one entity and get freedom. Hold on. They come together as one entity and get freedom from the British.
Oh God.
Just like we get our freedom from the British. There was an agreement that brought us to the North, the West together. What is that agreement? Because it was the agreement that the Look and You acted upon.
What about What about Eastern Ukraine?
No,
I said no. I did not get time. I only came here with one receipt because he loved you too much. That's why I went straight to that one.
Why did you come? Why did you come with only one?
Because we are two Naija. No, we don't be only us there. We don't have all day. Right? I went straight to that one because you use this often. I go to area be that Singapore.
Everybody can insult me. Like
it's okay. Sorry, can you go ahead, Loco P?
What about Mr. Tony?
No, Mr. Tony has spoken.
Lokopi, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. Hello everyone, how you doing? First to Mr. Ovi and what's it called, KJ. What you did just now, I did not like it. I'll just tell you my mind. The rowdiness the rowdiness that happened between Flagship and Forefathers, it wasn't up to two seconds that you just took him out. You understand? Forefathers is not just one ordinary floor panelist that you guys. He's also a moderator like you. You understand? Taking him out that seems like so sort of disrespectful. You understand? This guy is one moderator here that still try for this panel. So you're taking me out as this is just a nobody. For me, I don't like that. That's why I said if you take me out like that, I'm like, okay, well, I don't care. But me, Forefathers, man, your speed is used in this panel. So taking me out like that, for me, that's a little bit disrespectful. You understand?
Apologies.
Agreed.
Apologies.
I don't have any apologies.
I don't. I'm not asking you. Listen. I'm not asking you to apologize.
Let me tell you something.
I'm just telling you.
Hold on, sir.
Now you are shutting me up. Now let me speak. Finish now.
No. You started it. I'm moderating it. I control the time. I control who speaks. It doesn't matter how long or how short I want the person to speak. So I control. Don't make it look as if
what happened is not you in control.
I didn't do anything wrong. It's not the
you are still not getting me now. It's not control.
You
are supposed to take somebody out if the system is rowdy. Yeah, if it's a rowdy section.
You don't tell me what. You don't tell me what to do, my brother.
No, come on, man. That means you want to take something special.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Please, don't do that.
No, for real. I'm just telling you.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Anyways, I was telling my man. What did you was wrong?
Don't do that.
But that has passed.
I come to other people's show. I don't come there as a moderator. I come as a panelist, and I respect the rules. Everyone who comes to a panel should respect the rules. That's
what rules? What
I
rules
don't
now?
want any rowdiness. That's what I said. I've been holding the show all this while. There was no rowdiness. I didn't want it.
There was no rowdiness here now between Forefathers and
you don't have to tell me what I think is rowdy or not. You are also a guest.
I blind. I'm not here. I'm not the watch.
Lokopi is okay now.
Let's end it. I think you don't have.
Lokopi, just make your contribution. Let me speak now. Let it go. Let me speak. Let me speak. That has passed anyway. For the video you played about Buhari, listen, that the Buhari himself is an idiot on his own. Remember, you said Buhari said you were quoting Buhari that said we're going to wipe the Southeast. I was expecting Buhari to say Southeast, which he didn't. You understand? So whatever Buhari said is a little bit ambiguous. There, he might be cheeky, he might be trying to be smart, whatever. You understand? What he said was, and it's what he said is subject for interpretation to different direction. It's not just one that the definition that you're claiming. Because the Southeast that I was expecting him to say, he didn't say it. He started with South that he heard that they didn't tell him. I don't understand. Were they holding the meeting? Were you peeping them where we were discussing? Like you said, you heard. They did not tell you. I mean, come on. Somebody must have told you something. You're just being tried to lie or cause confusion that you heard, as if nobody told you. So others will be speaking on their own. You are not there, but you just heard. Not that nobody told you. Come on, man. You understand? Then he now said the youth or whatever. They now said made mention of IPOB or whatever. Remember, they did not prescribe the Southeast as terrorist group. They only prescribed the IPOB as terrorist group. You understand? And if the Southeast has properties all over Nigeria, that still did not mean IPOB members do not have properties all over Nigeria. You understand? Like I said, it's subject for interpretation. What he said is an ambiguous statement, and it can be interpreted the way you deem fit, and somebody else can see other way, and doesn't mean that they are wrong.
How would you determine who's an IPOB member?
Hold on, because they are proscribed terrorists. You understand? He said whoever is causing mayhem, disturbance, or to the state or society, he described them terrorists. And
but they don't have a registry. We don't. How can we determine who's a member?
Hold on now, and he believed from his investigation of Miss LSC or detective, whatever, DSA, whatever, that the IPOB are the ones causing this mayhem. You understand? And he also believed those IPOB members has property all over Nigeria. Yet the Southeast also have property in Nigeria, coincidentally or wherever. You understand? So it's possible. Like I said, it's subject for interpretation. Like I said, what KD came up with, that he said Southeast, this and that. I was really wanted to say, this guy is an idiot. Why would he say Southeast? You understand? And from what the video just played, he didn't say Southeast. He said he heard. So the guy is just being controversial, just being cheeky, just being playing dumb.
Okay, for your sake, I want to play back this video.
going to resolve the crisis in the
No,
South?
no need to waste time now.
No, hold on, please. I can spend more time doing that.
How are you going to resolve the crisis in the Southeast?
Well,
so Mr. Loco, the reporter asked him how we're going to resolve the crisis in the Southeast. So there's already a location. So what are you arguing?
He said, where is IPOB? Well, hold on, where is IPOB? Is IPOB not in a location?
But you say he didn't
IPOB
mention
is
the
also
Southeast.
in location.
You say he didn't mention the Southeast.
He did not mention Southeast. You
but
said,
the reporter asked him,
hold on. You said, Buhari said he's going to wipe out the South, something about doing something directly to the Southeast. You said he mentioned the Southeast. That was what you said. So I was waiting for Buhari to also make that statement.
What's the question he's answering? What's the question he's answering?
You said
is
first.
The question he's answering?
Hold on. It's Southeast region, he said, right? You mentioned that Buhari said he's going to do something to the Southeast. That was what you said that Buhari said. I was waiting for Buhari to also use that word, Southeast, which he didn't. You right? Now he said,
what kind of argument is this?
Hold on. Listen to me.
Move on and say something else.
Oti, listen to me. I said what Buhari said is subject for interpretation.
No, there's nothing.
Now, two people now.
What are we talking
two
about?
Gentlemen on this platform. Two most gentlemen on this platform. Forefathers and Loco have succeeded in making them angry today. Flagship and Oti. You guys have succeeded in making these two gentlemen angry. And that is very, very annoying. That is very, very pathetic to have come from you guys. Una shame, they shame me, honestly.
Like I said,
Una shame, they shame me.
Said is subject for interpretation.
No, don't be coming with that kind of narrative. Don't be twisting things. We are not daft.
Like I said, what brought me to this topic was what KJ said, that Buhari said Southeast, whatever. So I was really waiting for Buhari to really mention that sentence that you said. But now he didn't. He now said IPOB. You get my point? Like I said, IPOB are proscribed terrorist group already. So he didn't say it's going to make it difficult for the Southeastern people. Yes, he was asking questions about the Southeastern region or whatever. And fortunately or unfortunately, IPOB is also located in that same region. Do you understand? So like I said, that's why I said it's subject for interpretation. If I'm going to deal with Southeastern people, I'm going to wipe them out in language you understand.
What about the properties? Properties everywhere. How do you reconcile them?
You don't hear English. I said, fortunately or unfortunately, listen. I said, fortunately or unfortunately, the IPOB also happens to have properties everywhere.
How do you determine
who's an IPOB member? Don't have property out of. See, any IPOB member, full-fledged IPOB member, don't have property out of Southeast.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
I'm telling you that. I know more than you do. I know that.
Average person from the Southeast has properties every average.
Okay, now you are saying Southeast. Now you are saying Southeast. Now you are confirming. You see, you are making your argument very ugly now. You are confirming what we're saying now.
You are too low to comprehend. Listen, let me tell you, it's two things. Yeah.
What do they call it? Local.
Why is he allowed to speak without being?
Your analytic ability is very, very low. You have no analytic ability. It's very, very low. So when you are trying to make sense, it's very annoying because.
Okay.
KJ, why not taking it out? You see you now.
No, no. You are. It's only you and the forefather group that comes here to accuse me of being biased. I've not heard it from any other panel.
I want you to repeat what you did to forefathers.
You don't have to love me. You don't have to. It's okay.
No,
it's okay. No, I'm serious. It's okay. But I'm doing my best.
I'll go drink
I'm able to put their points across. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not paid for it now. So what?
Okay. So let me round up anyway. No, let me round up so that you can continue. In a nutshell, like I said, right? What Buhari said is subject for interpretation. You understand? There is a little lacuna there where somebody can anchor to say, see, like I said, when I came in, I wanted Buhari to say exactly what you said, but he didn't. You understand? And you can say yes, he said he's talking about Southeast because Southeast people have property everywhere. That's why I said, fortunately or unfortunately, people from the IPOB members too, they also have properties. It might be 2 or 3 states. It might not be everywhere, but 2, 3, or 4 states they also have investing because they are industrial people. They can invest. You understand? They are also Igbos too. They are IPOB members. They are also people from South. They are also Igbos too. So the tendency of saying having properties everywhere is still there. That's why I said Buhari was cheeky, trying to be smart or whatever, corny. That's why the whatever I said is ambiguous. You understand? So I'm not saying he didn't say it or he said it, but what he said is subject for interpretation.
All right.
Ambiguous.
Thank you so much.
Okay, KJ, can I deal with one point that you raised? That's the reason why you play the video so that you can acknowledge the truth. Because you said earlier on that he said he was going none of the Igbos were going to survive.
I didn't say
now
that.
You've acknowledged that he didn't say that.
I didn't say that. I never said
no. He said something.
Okay, what did he say? What did you say?
Wiping up the Southeast. He said,
they're going to wipe. Yeah, they're going to wipe the Southeast out.
That was what I wanted to say.
So it was access to the sea. Have you acknowledged that now? You were talking about access to the sea.
No.
You see now, he's going to go and repeat it again, even if it's not true.
Because at the end
Forefathers, what is this interpretation for using dots in a cycle?
Hold on. At the end of his
access to the sea.
I watched it.
No, dot in a cycle.
Go to the end of
access
it
to
and
the
see
sea.
what he said. When he said they're going to get the army and everything back.
Very low mentality, man.
Please, I think I do comprehension well. Now A1 I get for my wife.
JJ, send it secretly to Southeast. It might be also to tackle IPOB member in the Southeast. That's why I say it's subject for interpretation.
No problem, Madam. Look.
Yeah, he's the president, right? He shouldn't be making a bigger statement like statement.
He's an idiot. Yes, he's an idiot.
No,
it's
okay.
Idiot.
He's talking about he's talking about the Igbos. The Igbos are not worth anything, so they can make any statement. So it's not the problem.
Mr. KJ,
so
that's a very
statement. Thank you.
That could incite violence. Those kind of statement can incite violence.
But
it's not
go
good.
ahead.
That's true.
Thank you, my people. I come back only when it's necessary, so I'm not disruptive, because you know how emotional I can get. So I'm just gonna say this, and the same things. It's just that's the reason with people with the problem with people. We keep repeating the same things and expecting to get a different result. The question here is dealing with the Igbo question in Nigeria. Okay. Now, I am seeing that, like I always say, not everybody is qualified to discuss this topic. It's either they have their blinders on or they're just plain mischievous. Look at us here discussing Buhari, a non-bigot. And Mr. Poco is coming here to tell us whether it's ambiguous or not. Somebody that went all the way to Kenya to kidnap Nnamdi Kanu, you are asking me what is ambiguous in his statements. I really don't.
Statement is subject for interpretation now. Come on.
That's fine. But sometimes, just like you're in a relationship, you need to look beyond the words and look at people's actions. This is somebody that has never had regards for Igbos. So I don't know where you're coming up with this, your ambiguity. Are you trying to shadow him or are you trying to shield him? Buhari is a non-bigot. There's no two way to say it.
As I said, he was being cheeky for saying
No, he wasn't being cheeky.
You understand?
He was being mischievous because we all know his intentions. So if you don't get it, you forget about it. Like I said, when it comes to discussing this Igbo matter, if you haven't lived it, you can see the people who have the misinterpretation are people who haven't lived the Igbo experience. Everybody who has lived the Igbo experience has to speak with one voice. But these peripherals, these UFOs around the Igbo planet will keep bringing all kinds of interpretations to this matter. I'm going to say it one last time. If you don't live it, you cannot understand it. Just like I have tried very much hardly to, I mean, I'm not going to go there because that's going to open another can of worms. I don't want to offend anybody or I don't want to be misinterpreted. So,
you get look.
Yeah, I'm gonna bite that bullet. I'm gonna bite it.
No, you are our favorite anchor baby, man. Go ahead.
That's all right. I claim my anchor baby ship with a full chest. With a full chest.
That's right.
You have to be knowledgeable in what you're importing.
Oh yeah.
My advice is that for most of you who don't know, Buhari is a non-bigot. He has never regarded the Igbos as anything. So anything that comes out of his mouth, it does not match his actions. So that is why there should be no ambiguity here. So use your tongue to count your teeth when you make statements about Igbos, because Being ignorant is not an excuse. We are living it right now. There was a video that I watched. Come to find out that there's what do you call it? You know about that pipeline all the way from Imo State to is it France or where to Europe that is almost being completed. This is what all this nonsense is all about. When they go to Igbo land, and you now see how the governor of Enugu State has now been made to pay. He paid 320 billion or whatever to get land for Fulanis. I said it here. When Nigeria was conceived, there was Wazobia, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo. Did you see Fulanis here? Now Fulanis are running roughshod all over Nigeria. Anybody contesting for election now is a Fulani. Ribadu, Atiku, El-Rufai. Look at them. The Hausas have been pushed away. They cannot even contest for any election. And you are telling me that Buhari was ambiguous. Read those statements very well. The question was about the Southeast. And you are not telling me that you expected him to use the same word, Southeast. Come on, Mr. Loco.
But hold on, look. But you said IPOB. Where is IPOB region? It's not the same region. IPOB from the same region now.
There's IPOB. There's Biafra. There is Ohanese. So, excuse me. What is your point?
Good. Look, like
are you going to who even did the proscription?
No, hold on.
It was not a legitimate proscription.
Okay. I don't know the grounds they use. They use terrorist reason to do that.
Who are they?
Like I said, hold on first, madam. Listen.
No.
If you take Buhari to ICC right now, World Court in Hague, you can't trap Buhari with that statement. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You can't even trap Obama. So let's leave Buhari out of it.
Sorry?
You cannot even trap Obama. Let's leave Buhari out of it.
So because that's like you can't put them at them like that. Even if you're like, I think this is what it means.
Wait a minute. Who runs the ICC?
In the World Hague, so
who runs the ICC? I didn't ask you where it was.
G7, members of G7 now.
Thank you.
All right.
Who are the people sponsoring terrorism in Africa?
We need to be rounding up.
Oh, because they don't tag USA now. You say USA.
No, it's not a matter of tag. This has been ongoing.
Of course, now they will have to destabilize Africa.
Look at what is going on in DRC.
Madam, look, why are you wasting your time with this guy? He's a confused person. Why are you wasting your time with him? They're confused, man.
These same people who are causing problems in Africa.
Madam, look, finish your statement.
Yes. So you want to tell me these same people who are causing problems all over Africa will now, when they cannot even provide your drug barons fake certificates? So please, you know what? You need to sit down and check yourself, because sometimes when you come out and make statements like this, I don't think you have been well informed, or maybe you are paid agents. So everybody needs to check themselves.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Luke. Thank you, everyone. Unfortunately, every good thing has a beginning and obviously has an end.
You.
Gradually dragged to the end of this particular episode. And like I said, just to touch a little bit, for those of you who have a problem with that statement, I want to recall your attention that when that statement was made, Twitter actually pulled it down because they said it was called for a genocide. So whether the Oyibo people that pulled it down said this was not a right statement for a leader to make, whether they know or understand English or comprehension, me I don't understand. But it was pulled down, it was flagged and pulled down. If you remember very well, Lai Mohammed wanted to kill himself because of that. Having said that, I want to say this. The Igbo question, dealing with the Igbo question in Nigeria is a big factor if Nigeria is going to go forward. It can be wished away. It can't it's not something we're going to turn around one day and it's no longer there. And as far as the East is concerned now, every person in the East, big or small, recognize that there is a time and in a history when God raises a particular person for a particular purpose. And the Igbos generally, if not 90%, about 65%, let me not go to 90%, believe that whatever role Nnamdi Kanu is playing now is the role that he's been born to play. So you believe it, you don't believe it, it's okay. But if it's a nation where people are thinking with their caps, they will either call for these people to sit down and look at their legitimate demand. I remember Ngozi Konjo-Iweala saying that she cried. She had to go to Obasanjo to try and get international status given to Enugu Airport. And even at that, Obasanjo was resisted, vehemently. But as Obasanjo, he just approved it, say, let the heavens fall. So what am I saying? But you can see also how the development of the airport have been done by that other 419 man who is still walking around, free. Okay, he's still walking around after that deception of the highest order in the history of the world. He's still walking around. Nobody has called him to action or to question. Having said that, so I will say this: whether we like it or not, the problem we don't solve now will be waiting for our children. That's the truth. Except you have decided that Nigeria will no longer be where your children will eventually call home. But if you are thinking that Nigeria will play a role in the life of your children and the grandchildren that God will bless you with, these are pertinent questions that cannot be shoved aside. We cannot wait for it any longer. We have to have a national question, a national discourse. And the people that you consider not important, you should let them go their way and have their life and build. Even if you think that the Igbos will kill themselves, allow them to go and kill themselves so you can have a free land to inherit. But constantly making sure that things are not working in that region and militarizing the region and then saying all kinds of things about these same people, it behooves what is the end game? What is the end game? Because something must have an end game. What's the end game? So we need to understand that what their end game is and how do we intend to move forward as a nation. No nation plans have two developmental plans and they ever make progress. You cannot be having 3 meetings at the same time. I don't know how to say it, but we need to sit down as a nation and consider. Having said that, because of the way that forefathers have defended these issues very passionately, I, for one, have said to form up a new topic we're going to discuss, which I personally invite forefather to come with all his crew to understanding the apprehension, what's driving the fear among the many minority groups in the southern Nigeria, in the southeast of Nigeria. That also includes the south. So if you're a minority guy who is afraid that the Igbos have been, being overbearing, and you have, something to say, let's have the discourse. Let's meet and then trash it out. And the meat can either be busted or can be arranged so we know this is what the fear is and we can be able to correct it. But as far as I can see and concern, the Southeast have always operated as one entity until the division started coming. And the division that come is for political purpose, whether you like it or not. Right now, before now, the Idomas, and other parts of the north that didn't used to really look like Hausas were putting marks on their face. Nowadays, they are no longer putting marks on their face because they have realized that was just a gimmick for them to be said and not to be Igbos. So now they are going back because they said there's no need to keep mutilating their faces because they want to look different from the Igbos. That's a development that we all should encourage in our various locations. More so that technology has made so nice now that you cannot really dominate anybody and not be.
Just look at you. You don't talk. Just look at
I don't think that that topic for discourse is important, right? Like Madam Luke rightly stated, some people are not qualified to talk about Igbo or Biafran matters. They should just stay off from discussing Igbo and Biafra's
so
matters.
what is
People
Igbo and Biafran
people like forefathers and local and not see. Okay,
what is Igbo and Biafran matter?
Let me just say one thing quickly.
What you go do for me, eh?
When somebody says something, hold on. Let me
day,
just say something quickly.
I'm always ready for anybody. Look,
let me just say one thing quickly. One thing quickly.
Hold
one thing very quickly. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. One thing.
I'll tell you one thing in there.
30 seconds. You see, when someone,
you know
30
them,
seconds, give me 30 seconds. If somebody says something in this life, you don't just take their word for it. You look at that person's envelope. I remember when this very dark man talked about his money, I think money disappearing, and people were condemning him and all that. I said, no, look at this man's history. That doesn't seem right. And when it came out that he actually was a prank, and people still thought he was still playing them. They don't look at the history of the person, and you pretend as if you don't know. Buhari works with a lot of Southeasterners, and he's talking about wiping them out. How can you believe that? That's all.
Forefather, you know, I don't want to go there because there's so many things you don't know that I know.
Finish your.
I don't want to go there. I'm just trying to round up. I just want to understand something. Buhari ended his campaign when he got to Onitsha, and that's the only place I'm going to touch. When he got to Onitsha and discovered that the same market that he burnt during the war is now built up to a place he could not recognize. I have a friend who was with him. So please don't go there. I don't even want to discuss his personality. Take what I told you. That's what I told you is what he meant.
He might be a bigot, but it doesn't mean he said what you accuse him of.
Forget it. You are talking about people who pointed their guns at armless people in Asaba and took them out. What are you saying? Let's leave that in Jarena.
What are you saying too? Are you saying that he's going to
let me ask one question. What battalion did Buhari lead during the Civil War? What battalion did he lead?
Some people are just here to create division. That's all.
We'll discuss that another time. Maybe next time when we're meeting, please come with it.
And remember to tell me the battalion.
There's a new life coming on. No, there's another life coming on after now.
There is another live stream coming on. That's
I think we are going to be dealing with this matter of comprehension.
Who's going to answer the live?
It's me. It's me.
I'm not coming.
No,
look at that. Look at that. If you like, don't come. Is it my force?
And I will not come to this show again because of forefathers.
Oh, stop it.
I will not come to this show again.
All the insults I'm taking here from everybody. If I decide not to show up here anymore, is anybody going to be here?
Because of you.
Do me a favor. Try someday. Go to Supreme Court. Sit down there and listen to
which one? Which Supreme Court?
Anyone close to you.
For what?
Anyone close to you. Go there and try and argue.
I'm amazed.
Argue for what?
I'm amazed.
I'm not you now. I'm not you that argue without reason.
Help you to think.
I'm not you that argue without reason. Have you ever been to the court?
I was encouraged by what I heard. Nobody told me. 2 statements from the South. One by elderly people. No, South. Yes, by elderly people. They said this time around there will be no access to sea. I'm sure you will understand what they mean. Again, the youth made the same statement. That encouraged me. So that IPOB is just like a dot in a circle. If they want to exist, they would have no access to anywhere. And the way they are spread all over the country, having businesses, having property, I think IPOB doesn't know what they are talking about. In any case, we said we'll talk to them in the language they understand. We'll organize the police and the military to pursue them. That's what we can do. And we will do it.
Bound in freedom, peace, and unity. Hey, that's so. Oh, yeah. Arise, oh, compatriots. Nigeria, call obey to love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in peace.